Chapter 230 Linkage of the Lord Talents. Zhou Zhou's heart skipped a beat when he saw so many heroic spirits staring at him. Shit! Could it be that they have discovered that the Dragon Slayer Kings will have been resisting the pressure of their hero fate? However, didn't Dragon Slayer only react to high-level bloodlines? Why did it also react to the pressure of the hero's fate? Big brothers! I'm one of your own. Zhou Zhou shouted in his heart. Perhaps the will of the Dragon Slayer King was his own will. Therefore, as this thought appeared in his mind, the angry Dragon Slayer King resistance in his heart gradually dissipated. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he saw Rob looking at him with a complicated expression. What's happening? Zhou Zhou said awkwardly. Rob was silent for a few seconds before telling Zhou Zhou that the opening of the hero's eyes meant that he had been chosen to be the successor of the hero. Currently you can choose any heroic spirit present to accept the hero inheritance. But, Rob hesitated. But what? Zhou Zhou was originally quite happy to hear this, but when he heard the latter half of his sentence, he was immediately puzzled. I was in a similar situation to you. Cough cough, when Rob said this, he looked a little embarrassed. Being valued by 16 heroic spirits was indeed very similar to being valued by 312 heroic spirits, right? Yes. Definitely. Later, my teacher pulled me out and didn't let me accept the hero inheritance. He suddenly whispered. Why? Zhou Zhou was stunned. Rob walked to Zhou Zhou's side and whispered in his ear, because my teacher feels that with my aptitude, which is valued by many heroic spirits, I should walk on my own heroic path. Only then can I go further. Even though you can quickly become a hero by accepting the legacy of other heroes. But it also has a not-so-big flaw. That is, it's very difficult to make a breakthrough in the path of a hero. For example, if you accept an epic tier hero fate or legendary tier hero fate now. Perhaps in the future, you can easily reach the epic tier or even the legendary tier. However, while it's not impossible to take another step forward, the difficulty is much harder than a hero who becomes a hero himself. Someone else's path is someone else's path after all. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. The reason why he frowned was not because of the shortcomings of the hero inheritance. Instead, it was for Bai Yun and Wuxia, who had already accepted the hero inheritance. If what Rob said was true, wouldn't it be very difficult for Bai Yun and Wuxia to make a breakthrough after reaching the legendary tier and epic tier in the future? However, he quickly came back to his senses. He seemed to be thinking too far ahead. Moreover, with his talent and opportunities, he might be able to find a way for Bai Yun and Wuxia to break through in the future. I'll think about it seriously. Can I take a look at the inheritance of these heroic spirit seniors now? Zhou Zhou said to Rob. Of course. The peaceful spirit stone under the heroic spirit is engraved with the life experiences and heroic abilities of the heroic spirits. You can take a look too. Rob was stunned before saying. Zhou Zhou nodded and began to stroll around the heroic spirit hall to check the inheritances of these heroes. Epic tier hero, soul summoning priest, extraordinary tier hero, blood shadow sword king, legendary tier hero, king of puppets, epic tier hero, tyrant axe, epic tier hero, mystic spell master. The hero inheritances dazzled Zhou Zhou. A moment later. Zhou Zhou suddenly stopped and looked at the hero inheritance in front of him. It was a stalwart man with colorful tattoos and wearing an ancient Seblu outfit. Under his feet was a huge white whale. Zhou Zhou stood in front of the heroic spirit and could even hear the faint sound of waves and whales. He looked at the description below. Middle-level Master God tier hero, White Whale Lord. Zhou Zhou held his breath slightly. There was actually a God Spirit tier hero inheritance. At this moment, he wanted to accept this hero's legacy. However, he quickly remembered Rob's words and calmed down. He looked at it one last time before looking at the heroic spirits elsewhere. A moment later, Zhou Zhou stood in front of a heroic spirit. It was a young man holding a staff and wearing a fiery red robe. According to the contents of the divine calming stone, his name was Chongqing, and his hero title was Blazing Sun Mage. Even though this person had an epic tier hero fate level slot, he was killed on the battlefield by the enemies of the people of foreign races when he was at his peak. This human elite was only at the white platinum tier intermediate grade at that time. At that time, many human leaders said that if Chongqing could grow to the extraordinary tier level, such a thing would not have happened. But unfortunately, the world was unpredictable. This genius of the human race died before he could fully develop himself. However, the reason why Zhou Zhou noticed him was not because of his history. It was his strength. White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade. Carol Moeli is a White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. With her strength, if I can obtain another Holy Spirit level Faith Divine Crystal, I can completely use the Great Resurrection spell to revive this Chongqing. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Resurrecting a hero. In the past, he did not dare to think about it at all. But from the looks of it, it did not seem to be very difficult for him. The prerequisite was that he had to have a Holy Spirit level Faith Divine Crystal. Once it succeeded, even if he could not make the other party his subordinate, he could still form a relationship with him. Even if he took 10,000 steps back. If he used this as a condition to negotiate with the Night Temple, he would definitely be able to exchange for something good. For example, a Knight class certificate kingdom level and above. It would even give his subjects a chance to enter the heroic spirit hall and obtain the hero inheritance. Or other opportunities. This Knight Temple was a top faction in the High Continent. There would always be something he wanted. My God! He never expected, the shelter of the Goddess of Life and the Knight Temple. These two Lord talents could actually produce such a shocking linkage effect. He did not want the hero inheritance for the time being after hearing what Rob said. But he wanted even more things now. You like Chongqing's hero inheritance? Rob walked to his side and said in surprise. He had been watching Zhou Zhou stand there for a long time. No. It's just a pity that this hero died a little too early. Zhou Zhou said. He did not plan to talk about resurrecting the hero for the time being. He did not have the Holy Spirit level Faith Divine Crystal yet after all. It was not too late to talk when he had it. Indeed. Chongqing was also a person who walked the path of a hero himself. It's a pity to be killed at such a young age. This is also the horror of a race war. You're also a lord now. Race wars will be a run-of-the-mill for you. You have to remember to pay attention to such things in the future. Rob said seriously. A human chosen by 312 heroes at the same time. He simply did not dare to imagine how high the other party's future achievements would be if he fully matured. Therefore, he now cherished Zhou Zhou's talent. Unfortunately, he could not interfere in Zhou Zhou's matters because of his lord talent. Otherwise, he would definitely help him. I'll be careful. Zhou Zhou nodded seriously. Oh yes. I heard that heroes can be resurrected. Why don't we resurrect these heroes? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. Heroes can indeed be resurrected. Even god spirits can be revived. But most of the existences who can resurrect such existences are true god tiers or even master god tiers of the law of time and the law of life. Our status in the myriad races is not high. It's very difficult to come into contact with them. Furthermore, even if we can come into contact with them, we can't take out a treasure that can move such an existence. That's why they have not been able to be resurrected. Rob shook his head. If they could be revived, of course, they were willing to pay the price for the revival. The key was that they did not have connections or channels, nor did they have the wealth that tempted the other party. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he could not help but regret it. So the value of a Holy Spirit-level faith divine crystal was actually so high. Then, it seemed like he had lost out by using a Holy Spirit-level faith divine crystal to exchange for an epic tier treasure. But it was useless to regret now. Fortunately, that treasure was quite useful to him. Otherwise, he would regret it to death. A moment later, Rob and Zhou walked out of the Heroic Spirit Hall one after another. I've already shown you the two most important places. If you change your mind in the future, you can come here again and choose the hero inheritance again. However, there's only one chance for the hero inheritance which belongs to you and can't be transferred. Don't even think about giving the hero inheritance to others. Rob said. He already knew that Zhou did not want the hero inheritance for now. This was completely within his expectations. He wouldn't want it even if it was him. Zhou acknowledged. Then, the two of them chatted for a while before Zhou left. What's wrong with this kid? Why does he want to give the hero inheritance to others? Was he not chosen by the heroic spirits? Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea walked over and asked. He had seen many people leave dejectedly because they were not valued by the heroic spirits among the many heroic candidates. Therefore, he was not surprised by this situation. That's not. Rob looked at Zhou's departing back and recalled the scene of the heroic spirits opening their eyes to look at him. There are heroic spirits who chose him. How many? 3. 5? Hidden Sea asked curiously. All of them. Rob turned to look at the Hidden Sea and said solemnly, all the heroic spirits opened their eyes and stared at this Lord of the Blazing Sun. Don't tell anyone about this, not even the people inside the Night Temple. I'll report this matter to Teacher and let him make a decision himself. Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea, I'll take my leave first. With that, Rob left, leaving the Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea standing there in a daze. Chapter 231 White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Beast Tamer, Sun Qian. A moment later, Rob followed Bai He back into the Heroic Spirit Hall and watched as Bai He walked into the hall alone. Bai He walked out after more than an hour. He frowned slightly, and there was confusion and an imperceptible trace of shock in the depths of his eyes. Teacher, how was it? What did the heroic spirit say? Rob could not help but ask curiously, seeing that his teacher had taken so long to come out. No one is allowed to divulge about what happened today. If I find anyone leaking what happened today, I'll punish them as traitors. Bai He's warm expression changed as he said with a cold and serious expression. Rob and the Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea were stunned. Traitor? This was the highest crime in the human race. That lord is actually so valuable. Bai He did not explain further. He left calmly. On the other side, Zhou was thinking about the last conversation he had with Rob before he left as he walked towards the Blazing Sun army. Before he left, he asked him how to become a hero. The other party's answer was abnormally simple, but there was a deeper meaning to it. There were only 2 sentences. First, follow your heart and do what you want to do. Second, do something that the life forms will remember. These 2 sentences reminded Zhou of the hero biography, at the end of each hero's stats information. Could it be that he wants me to do something comparable to a hero's biography? Zhou could not help but think. He frowned slightly, not sure if he was right. Unfortunately, the other party did not explain further after he asked further. That look. It was exactly the same as in the television dramas where the Taoist priest said that the heavenly secrets could not be revealed. Rob probably wants me to find the answer myself. Because only the answer I found myself can make me believe it from the bottom of my heart. I might question the answer if he told me about it. Zhou sighed. This must be the weakness of human nature. He was no longer a child after all. He would not believe whatever others said. Suspicion was normal. Let's try it like he said. Let's not think about anything else. Zhou thought. It was not too much to try everything he could in order to become a hero. At this moment, Zhou saw Elder Zheng walking towards the city gate. At the same time, Elder Zheng also saw Zhou. Greetings, my lord. He stopped and said respectfully. Elder Zheng, where are you going? Zhou said. Just now, a patrolling soldier reported that more than 100 foreigners outside our territory want to join our Blazing Sun City. I wanted to go over and take a look. It would be even better if there are reliable talents among them. Elder Zheng smiled. Zhou's heart stirred. More than 100 foreigners. Was it another foreign enemy attracted by the talent of the peace and prosperity lord like yesterday? Let's go take a look together. Zhou smiled. He was also interested. This was the first time he had seen subjects attracted by peace and prosperity. Okay. Elder Zheng smiled and nodded. Then, the two of them walked towards the city gate. Outside Blazing Sun City. Sun Qian hugged a white puppy in his arms as he looked at the pitch-black city wall in front of him and the rather intimidating Aurora Tower on the city wall. His eyes were filled with surprise. The Aurora Tower is a strategic city defense building of the Aurora Kingdom. Only military cities in the Aurora Kingdom would be equipped with them. I didn't expect there to be an Aurora Tower in just over 10 days after Blazing Sun City was built. Moreover, its level doesn't look low. Also, this city wall is not simple. It should be the light elemental city wall recorded in books. Is this really built from nothing in just 10 days? Sun Qian was shocked. Then, he looked at the surrounding crowd. These people were the people he had encountered along the way. At first, he only encountered one or two. Later on, they agreed to travel together after knowing that their destination was Blazing Sun City. In the end, they encountered more and more companions, and their group of refugees heading to Blazing Sun City became stronger and stronger. There were already a total of 124 people when they arrived. They brought their families, old and young, their luggage, and their eyes were filled with hope for their future lives. Even though they were tired, thirsty, and hungry, they were also excited. It's said that even though Blazing Sun City has only been established for a short period of time, it's a good place for the subjects to live and work in peace. Even the big shots of the Aurora Kingdom came here to retire. Even though I don't know what's going on in the city yet. But the city wall and the Aurora Tower do give off a very reliable feeling. I hope it won't disappoint everyone inside. Sun Qian sighed in his heart. These people in front of him were just ordinary people. Coming all the way here was already their last resort. If Blazing Sun City was a waste on the outside, he could not imagine what the future of these people would be like. At this moment, the crowd suddenly became restless. Sun Qian looked up. An old man brought a young man here. Prime Minister Zheng. Sun Qian's body trembled. Even though he was not a member of the royal court, he had heard of this former prime minister's good reputation among the people when he lived in the Aurora Kingdom and had seen his portrait. Therefore, he recognized him at a glance. Then, his gaze could not help but be attracted by the young man beside him. He did not know why. Logically speaking, the temperament of a big shot like Prime Minister Zheng should be more attractive. However, the young man beside him had a more obvious leadership aura than Prime Minister Zheng, making the surrounding people unable to help but pay attention to him. Once he appeared, he was the protagonist of everyone present. However, after this young man appeared, he did not say anything. Instead, he stood quietly at the side and watched Prime Minister Zheng register these refugees and make them new subjects of Blazing Sun City. But soon, he had a new move. The young man called over a soldier and whispered something in his ear. Then, he saw the soldier nod and turn around to run back into the city. A moment later, they saw the soldier lead smiling subjects out of the city. However, this was not what attracted them the most. What attracted them the most was the water, rice, buns, porridge, flatbread, and some dishes that looked appetizing in the hands of these subjects. These dishes were sent to Sun Qian and the others. "Everyone, you must be very hungry after a long journey. His lordship asked us to send these over. Everyone, fill your stomachs first. There's more if it's not enough. I guarantee that you'll be full." The soldier smiled. Everyone looked at the young man gratefully. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." The crowd said gratefully. Sun Qian also smiled. So he was the lord who forged this peace and prosperity city. No wonder he was so benevolent. Everyone was indeed at the right place. Name, class, level. The clerk in charge of registration asked. Sun Qian, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Beast Tamer. Sun Qian replied. Chapter 232 White Silver Behemoth and the Dragon Race. Everyone could not help but look at him. Zhou Zhou was no exception. White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Beast Tamer. He should be a talent attracted by the reputation rating, right? Zhou Zhou thought. Soon, as the clerk registration was completed, Zhou Zhou could already see the information on his subject attribute panel when he looked at him again. Subject, Sun Qian, Territory, Blazing Sun City, Combat Class Name, Beast Tamer, Class, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade, Ability Overview, Sun Qian, who has liked small animals since he was young, has long displayed his beast tamer talent to be able to communicate with animals. When he displayed this talent, he was quickly taken in as his last disciple by a epic tier elementary grade beast tamer. Now, he has already learned everything and is looking for places on the high continent where he can showcase what he has learned. Skills, talent, beast language, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Beast Taming Theory, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Beast Taming Practice, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Beast Control Contract Scroll, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Beast Taming Study, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Beast Food Manufacturing, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Summoning Black Feathered White Feather Eagle, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Summoning Golden Bone Jade-Eyed Tiger. White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Summoning Great Strength Ant Swarm, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Summoning White Spirit Hound, Loyalty, 91, Potential, Epic Tier Elementary Grade, Zhou Zhou exclaimed. Epic Tier Elementary Grade Potential. This was the subject with the highest innate potential he had ever seen. Among the human subjects under his command, even Zheng Yuanqi, Wu Xian, Zhao Changshou, and the others were not as talented as him. Only Bai Yun had reached the epic tier advanced grade in terms of potential and suppressed him. This was even with the epic tier hero fate level slot of the Blood Fire Arrow Elf. If Zheng Yuanqi and the others' extraordinary tier potential were rare geniuses of the human race in 1,000 years, Sun Qian could be said to be a rare genius of the human race. My God! Such a talent actually came to him. The talents from the reputation rating had indeed never disappointed him. A moment later, the remaining 123 people had all completed their levels. Zhou Zhou looked at the results. Among these 123 people, among them, there were 26 Black Iron Tier professionals, 8 Green Bronze Tier professionals, and only 1 White Silver Tier professional. It was a White Silver Tier intermediate grade tailor. After Zheng Yuanqi began to arrange their accommodation and work, Zhou Zhou came to Sun Qian. Greetings, my lord. Sun Qian said respectfully. After what had just happened. Now, Sun Qian's impression of Zhou Zhou could be said to have increased greatly. He was very certain that the other party was a wise master. This was also the reason why his loyalty had reached 91 after he joined Blazing Sun City. Are you interested in joining my Blazing Sun army and crusading against the people of foreign race and the Scarlet Lord with me? Zhou Zhou smiled. Yes. Sun Qian's eyes lit up. The purpose of his training was to test what he had learned and become a truly powerful beast tamer in constant battles. What this lord said was exactly what he wanted. "Come with me." Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he turned around and walked into the city. Sun Qian followed closely behind. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the Blazing Sun Army's base. After introducing Sun Qian to Bai Yun and the others, Zhou Zhou asked Bai Yun to gather the soldiers and prepare to start the new Lord battlefield ranking. Originally, he wanted to lead troops to conquer new regional territories. However, the Dragon Slayer's ability aroused his great interest. He wanted to see how the Dragon Slayer performed on the Lord battlefield. He stopped thinking about it. Zhou Zhou opened the Lord battlefield function and clicked on the ranking. A text notification appeared. Matching with your queuing opponent, match successful. Entering the battlefield. The next second, Zhou Zhou's body suddenly became illusory and slowly disappeared. Sun Qian looked at this scene in surprise. "Don't worry. Our Lord has entered the Lord battlefield. We have to be prepared too. We're going in later too." Bai Yun smiled. Sun Qian nodded nervously. "You have entered the extraordinary tier advanced grade battlefield. You and your opponent have been randomly assigned to the extraordinary tier advanced grade battlefield, Falling Sun Desert. Your opponent is, Behemoth Lord, Mengchen Lord, extraordinary tier advanced grade. Condition to defeat the enemy, kill all the enemy forces within 24 hours. If you exceed the time limit, both sides will be judged to have negative battle results. Ranking -1. You have 10 minutes to deploy your forces. Countdown, 9 minutes, 59 seconds, in the Lord battlefield." Zhou Zhou looked at the battlefield in front of him and could not help but exclaim in surprise. This was because he realized that the battlefield environment this time was actually a desert environment. The environment is good for us this time. But it's not a big advantage. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Even though his Blazing Sun army was familiar with the desert environment, they were only familiar with it but did not have much of an advantage. He looked into the distance. A primitive building complex that looked like a tribe stood in the desert in the distance. A creature about 3 to 4 meters tall with silver fur all over its body and 2 sharp fangs at the corners of its mouth was standing there and looking coldly in his direction. Zhou Zhou's heart skipped a beat. The Index of All Races, Book 5, automatically flew out. It opened automatically and stopped on the last page. The other party's racial information quickly appeared on it. White Silver Behemoth Race, one of the peak races in the Myriad Worlds, a land-based overlord creature. An ancient race that can compare to the dragon race. The legendary yellow gold tier behemoth specializes in feeding on the dragon race. The behemoth race has a huge body and an astonishing appetite. Their physical defense is extremely high, and even the sharp claws of the dragon race can't easily break through it. Their speed is astonishing. Coupled with their size, they are like war machines when they collide. They are born armed from head to toe. Don't clash with them. Zhou Zhou frowned deeply. An ancient race comparable to the dragon race? This white-silver behemoth was actually so strong. I just wanted to find a high-level race to test the abilities of the Dragon Slayer. Why did I encounter such an opponent the moment I came up? Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. There was no choice. Let's try it. If they really could not win, they would retreat. Then, he began to set up. Soon. Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Soul Reaper Maris, Nazario, Beast Tamer Sun Qian, and all the members of the Blazing Sun army appeared in Blazing Sun City. As soon as it appeared, Nazario suddenly looked in the direction of White Silver Behemoth City and immediately saw the Silver Behemoth Lord and its White Silver Behemoth subject. It suddenly spread its wings and flew into the sky, then roared at the other party. At this moment, the Mengchen Lord had already deployed 15 White Silver Behemoth subjects. After hearing Nazario's roar, its pupils immediately widened as it looked at it. Then, it roared right on the heels of it. Zhou and the others could not help but click their tongues when they saw this. It had been a long time since he had seen Nazario so excited. It seemed that the behemoth race and the dragon race had a relationship that he did not know about. 10 minutes later. Deployment time has ended. The battle has begun. The next second. Lord Mengchen ran out of the tribe with the 15 white-silver behemoths and ran towards Blazing Sun City. As they ran, their bodies were also rapidly growing. 5 meters. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. In the blink of an eye. The Lord in the lead grew to more than 50 meters tall. The smallest white-silver behemoth behind it was more than 10 meters tall, and the largest was more than 30 meters tall. Prepare for battle. Zhou said in a low voice. Chapter 233 Sun Qian's Pets. Zhou looked at the information on the interface of the menacing white-silver behemoths. They realized that the strongest among them was Lord Mengchen, but he was only at the white-silver tier intermediate grade. As for the other white-silver behemoths, most of them were green-bronze tier and a small number were white-silver tier. Zhou was not surprised. The advancement of creatures with higher-level bloodlines required more promotion energy. Nazario had killed so many enemies, and with the blessing of the war god, he was only at the yellow-gold tier elementary grade. Therefore, at this time, it was indeed very reasonable for Lord Mengchen's strength to reach the white-silver tier intermediate grade. It was abnormal for someone as strong as Nazario. On the other side. Begin long-range attack. Bai Yun immediately shouted when she saw the 16 white-silver behemoths charging over like city-breaking behemoths. As soon as he finished speaking. Whoosh! 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 Bang, 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 bang. The sound of arrows and bullets tearing through the air could be heard. They turned into a rain of arrows and bullets that filled the sky as they shot towards the 16 white behemoths. However, what shocked everyone was that the arrows and bullets they released landed on this group of white-silver behemoths, but they did not even cause any wounds. The attacks of white-silver tier long-range soldiers could only leave faint white marks on their bodies. The attacks of long-range soldiers below the white-silver tier could not even leave a white mark on their bodies. Roar! Nazario roared at them. Then, he spread his dragon wings and flew out of Blazing Sun City, charging at the white-silver behemoths. When Lord Mengchen saw the lava dragon flying over, it immediately roared fearlessly. It suddenly jumped more than 100 meters high and charged at Nazario. Then, it grabbed its dragon wings and started fighting Nazario in the air. However, if it was a yellow gold tier behemoth, then it had to be at the same strength to be able to compete with Nazario. This Lord of Mengchen was not a yellow gold tier behemoth, and its strength was far inferior to Nazario's. In addition, it was still in the air and not fighting on the ground, which was its forte. Therefore, it quickly fell into a disadvantage while in combat and was injured by Nazario. Seeing this scene, the other two white-silver tier elementary grade white-silver behemoths also jumped over and forcefully pulled Nazario to the ground in the air before surrounding him. The three white-silver behemoths looked at each other and pounced on Nazario together. Zhou frowned when he saw this. But his eyes quickly lit up. This was because not only was Nazario not at a disadvantage against the siege of the three white-silver behemoths, but he even suppressed the three of them. After a while, the three white-silver behemoths had injuries of all sizes. Claw wounds, bite wounds, fire injuries. The three white-silver behemoths became more and more afraid as they fought. On the other hand, Nazario's fighting spirit surged. After forcing the three white-silver behemoths back with a blazing explosion, Nazario suddenly roared at the sky, displaying the heroic bearing of a dragon. At this moment, even though it also had some injuries caused by the white-silver behemoths, Nazario did not care at all. This injury was nothing to it. It felt comfortable all over. When Zhou saw this, he could not help but smile. In the days that Nazario had followed him, the battles it had experienced were mostly battles that could be easily resolved. Especially those ordinary Scarlet Lords, they were too weak. In most cases, Nazario could end the battle in 1 or 2 rounds against the Scarlet Lords. Sometimes, the Scarlet Lord would die with a single magma dragon breath. Therefore, he often felt that Nazario was not having fun fighting. In this battle with the white-silver behemoths, it seemed that it was satisfied. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that 3 more white-silver behemoths had turned around and rushed back, wanting to attack Nazario together. "Support Nazario," Zhou ordered in a low voice. He could tell Nazario should be almost at its limit fighting 3 of them alone. If it was a 1 against 6, even if it could win, that would definitely be a tragic victory. Zhou was its master after all, so he naturally would not let it fight alone. Soul Reaper Maris immediately sat down cross-legged when he heard that. Right on the heels of that, he saw his soul leave his body with the God of Death scythe in his hand and fly towards the white-silver behemoths. Ordinary life forms could not see the Soul Reaper, but they could see it clearly in front of these peak-level bloodline races. They roared at Maris. Wild roar. Maris' flying soul froze slightly. But in the next second, he returned to normal and rushed into Lord Mengchen's brain. Lord Mengchen snorted coldly. Right on the heels of that, a bone necklace on its neck emitted a hazy pale light. Right on the heels of that, Maris seemed to have been ejected and flew out of its brain. This Lord Mengchen actually had a soul defense treasure. Maris was not discouraged. He turned around and flew towards another white-silver tier elementary grade white-silver tier behemoth. Then, he flew into its mind without any obstruction. Soon, the white-silver behemoth's eyes dimmed before it fell to the ground with a bang. Lord Mengchen was furious when he saw this. On Nazario's side, the pressure was immediately reduced. When it saw that Lord Mengchen was furious, it roared and rushed up again. At the same time, just as the 6 white-silver behemoths were fighting Nazario and Maris, the remaining 10 white-silver behemoths were about to reach the city wall. Seeing this, Bai Yun and Wu Xian jumped down from the city wall. As soon as they saw the jumping height of the silver behemoth, they understood. His light elemental city wall should not be able to stop the other party. After all, his light elemental city wall had changed from 25 meters to 40 meters tall after 2 days of thickening and building up. However, this group of white-silver behemoths could jump 100 meters high with a single jump. The height of the city walls was completely useless against them. The other party could directly jump into the city. Since that was the case, it was better to fight outside the city. It also saved the interior of the Blazing Sun City from being destroyed. Zhou also understood his thoughts. Therefore, he ordered without hesitation. Open the city gate. All melee soldiers, leave the city and fight. Kill these white-silver behemoths. Long-range soldiers, assist in the killing on the city wall. Yes. 50,000 soldiers roared. Then, more than 30,000 melee soldier-type professionals rushed out of the already open city gate and rushed towards the white-silver behemoths. The remaining 10,000-odd long-range soldier-type professionals stood on the city wall and used bows, crossbows, elemental archery, and guns to attack the 10 white-silver behemoths. I should help too. When Sun Qian saw this, he put down the white spirit hound in his arms. Then, he saw the white spirit hound's body quickly grow larger. In the blink of an eye, it became 7 to 8 meters tall and 15 to 16 meters long. Then, he summoned his other 3 main battle pets. White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Black Feathered White Feather Eagle. White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Golden Bone Jade-Eyed Tiger. White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Herculean Ants. Chapter 234 The Powerful Dragon Slaying Will Affect Zhou Zhou's Ambition. The black-feathered white feather eagle was a divine eagle with a white feather and black tail that was more than 20 meters long. The golden-bone jade-eyed tiger was like its name. Its entire body emitted a faint golden light, and its tiger eyes were as green and clear as beautiful jade. It looked especially strange. The Herculean ants were a little special. Red ants the size of puppies ran out of the other party's pet bag. It was the Herculean ants. After a while, 300 to 400 Herculean ants crawled out and quickly crawled in the direction of the white-silver behemoths. Moreover, Sun Qian did not seem to have put away the pet bag. Clearly, he had more Herculean ants to release. Zhou Zhou looked at these Herculean ants and realized that other than the lowest level green-bronze tier, white-silver tier, and even yellow-gold tier advanced grade Herculean ant generals, are these all the pets you subdued? Zhou Zhou asked in surprise. How can I be so powerful alone? I only subdued a Herculean ant queen and asked it to nurture so many soldier ants and general ants. Sun Qian said. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. You can do that? The beast tamer's professional potential was high enough. If done well like what Sun Qian did, it was completely possible for a beast tamer to nurture an army. Then, he saw Sun Qian order his pets to attack the 10 white-silver behemoths. In the sky, the black-feathered white feather eagle controlled the power of the wind element to create wind cannons that bombarded an white-silver tier elementary grade white-silver behemoths. The golden-bone jade-eyed tiger fought a white-silver behemoths in close combat. The Herculean ant queen commanded her more than 1,500 soldier ants and general ants to besiege a green-bronze tier advanced grade white-silver behemoths. As for the white spirit hound at the back of the battlefield, it used the water element to heal their injuries and increase their combat strength as an auxiliary pet. On the city wall, Sun Qian's expression was solemn. He had thought that it would be easy for him to deal with these white-silver behemoths who were not even yellow-gold tier with his 4 white-platinum tier elementary grade pets. However, after the battle, he realized that these white-silver behemoths could actually fight on par with his white-platinum tier elementary grade pets. Sun Qian did not feel proud even though he was on the suppressing end. Instead, he was secretly shocked. Was this the legendary white-silver behemoths? It was actually so powerful. 2 whole levels lower than his white platinum tier elementary grade pets and they could actually fight on par. No wonder it was at the peak of the bloodline race. He couldn't help but look in Nazario's direction. At this moment, Nazario had already killed 4 of the 6 white-silver behemoths surrounding them after joining forces with Maris. The remaining 2 white-silver behemoths were also severely injured. My God! What was going on with his lord's dragon pet? The white-silver behemoths were already so confused. You can actually fight 2 against 6. Sun Qian clicked his tongue. He retracted his gaze and looked in the direction of Bai Yun and Wu Xian. He thought that he would see some more tragic battle scenes. However, when he saw the real situation, he was stunned. Zhou Zhou also stood up and looked at the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army in surprise. Army formation, Fury Array. Army formation, Fire Array. Wu Xian led the soldiers to charge at an white-silver tier elementary grade white-silver behemoths while activating his 2 types of military formations, greatly increasing the movement speed, strength, and explosive power of the soldiers. Just as they approached the white-silver behemoths, Wu Xian directly activated the dragon blood transformation. The light under his crotch also began to transform into a dragon. A transparent golden dragon head gradually condensed on the man and the dragon horse. The golden air wave behind the dragon head covered all the soldiers behind Wu Xian, allowing them to possess a portion of the characteristics of the golden dragon bloodline for a short period of time. Their combat strength increased again. Hero skill, Golden Dragon Break. Just as they were about to approach these white-silver behemoths, the white-silver behemoths roared. The overwhelming pressure of the white-silver behemoth's bloodline instantly erupted from his body and pressed down on Wuxian and the others. At this moment, they felt the bloodline pressure from a peak-level bloodline race. A will that wanted to fight and kill crazily suddenly appeared in Wuxian, Bai Yun, and the soldiers' minds. After this will appeared, the bloodline pressure of the white-silver behemoths seemed to have become a breeze that could no longer suppress them. At the same time, wisps of blood energy appeared on the surface of their bodies. Their pupils turned bloodshot. Hot killing intent and powerful strength flowed and boiled in their souls and bodies. At the same time, they felt that their strength had begun to increase rapidly under the influence of the other party's bloodline. Bai Yun was originally at yellow gold tier elementary grade. However, under the enhancement of the Dragon Slayer's will, his strength directly jumped to the white platinum tier elementary grade. Wuxian was originally a yellow gold tier advanced grade. However, his current strength had already increased to white platinum tier advanced grade. Due to their higher aptitude and potential, it was equivalent to having a higher bloodline level. Therefore, the increase was not even the highest among the Blazing Sun Army soldiers under their command. Some of the soldiers only had green bronze tier and white silver tier potential. Facing the potential of the white silver behemoths at least at the epic tier realm, the difference could be said to be worlds apart. This was originally a disadvantage. However, under the dragon slaying will, this difference turned into an advantage. The weakest among them was Black Iron tier elementary grade. With the help of the dragon slaying will, his strength directly jumped to white silver tier elementary grade. It had increased by 2 whole levels. He could not go any higher. This was because their physical bodies could no longer withstand stronger strength. The ones with the smallest increase in strength will directly increase by a major level. The greatest increase in strength directly increased by 2 major levels. Zhou clicked his tongue. The ability to slay the dragon slaying will was even more exaggerated than he had imagined. On the battlefield, Bai Yun, Wuxian, and the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army looked at the white-silver behemoths that were as tall as god spirits. There was gradually only one main thought left in their minds. That was to kill them. Bath in their blood. This was the only way to calm the burning slaughter will in their hearts. However, even though Bai Yun, Wuxian, and the others had a crazy and intense killing will in their minds, they were not completely crazy. There was still a portion of rationality in the depths of their consciousness. They also felt the change in their bodies and were happy to use this change to defeat their lord's enemies. Hero skill, Golden Dragon Break. Wuxian led the soldiers to use the Golden Dragon Break and instantly passed through the desert battlefield. The 3 silver behemoths standing in the middle of the desert battlefield looked at the hole in their chests in a daze. Then, they fell one by one and could not stand up again. Wuxian watched this scene calmly. The power of the hero skill, Golden Dragon Break, depended on him and the soldiers he led when he used it. The soldiers he had led just now were all elites among the elites of the Blazing Sun Army. All of them had reached the white silver tier. With the enhancement of the dragon slaying will, all of them had white platinum tier combat strength. With the enhancement of hundreds of white platinum tier combatants, it was naturally easy to deal with a white silver behemoth. Even if it was a top-notch bloodline race comparable to the dragon race, he felt the shocking power still boiling in his body. Wuxian looked at the other white-silver behemoths, and a bloodthirsty red light flashed in his eyes. 15 minutes later, calmness returned to the battlefield. All the white-silver behemoths died. Without the influence of the high-level bloodline, Wuxian and the others, who had just temporarily increased their strength, quickly recovered their previous strength. The soldiers felt like they were in a dream. Zhou looked at the text notification in front of him. You have defeated the white-silver behemoth's lord, Lord Mengchen, extraordinary tier advanced grade lord. You have won this ranking competition. Congratulations, you have obtained 30,000 battlefield points. Congratulations, you have advanced to Epic Tier Elementary grade in the Lord Battlefield of all races. You need to maintain this title until the Lord Battlefield event ends. Only then can you obtain this title permanently. You need to participate in at least one ranking competition every day. Otherwise, your rank will decrease by -1. Your battlefield shop has been updated. You can return to your territory now. Epic Tier Elementary grade. Zhou looked at this level and his eyes gradually lit up. Maybe he could try to fight for the strongest lord of all races. What if it worked? Chapter 235 Dragon God Lord and Insect Lord. The fight for the throne of the strongest lord of all races. In the past, Zhou did not dare to think about this at all. He knew how far he was from the top 10 lords of all races after all. For example, the true lord of the original true spirit race, the great one lord of the chaos gods race, the heaven-chasing lord of the shepherd's god race. These lords of all races firmly occupied the top 10 of the Lord Battlefield ranking with their incomparably powerful racial talent and bloodline. The difference between lords of normal race and their racial talent and bloodline was too great. There was no possibility of them fighting for the title of the strongest lord of all races. Zhou was like this in the past. He knew very well that the human race he was from was not outstanding among the myriad races. At the very best, they could only be considered below average. It was a fool's dream to compete for the position of the strongest lord of all races with lords like the original true spirit race who had the bloodline of a top race. But it was different now. The Lord Talent of Dragon Slaying Hometown gave him hope of chasing after these true top lords of all races. Even the white-silver behemoths had been easily knocked down by them. This meant that they really had a chance to fight a top lord of all races with their Lord Talent, Dragon Slaying Hometown. Thinking of this, Zhou could not help but feel excited. At the same time, on the World Channel, just as Zhou raised his lord rank to Epic Tier Elementary grade, some lords who specialized in keeping an eye on the rankings of their own kind were immediately excited. Then, they immediately sent this news to the World Channel. And then, the lords on the World Channel immediately exploded. How did Big Boss Blazing Sun do it? He can actually advance to the Epic Tier. Didn't someone say that with our human race's race bloodline and racial talent, no matter how talented we are, we won't be able to advance to the Epic Tier? It's even very difficult for us to advance to the Extraordinary Tier. Actually, there's nothing wrong with what was said. There are examples of the Dragon God Lord and the Insect Lord after all. The two of them are still stuck at the Diamond Tier Advance grade. I can only say that Big Boss Blazing Sun is a pervert. I think I've seen this scene before during the Novice Lord test. On this day, the lords of Cerulean Planet once again thought of the fear of being ruled by the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Lord of the Blazing Sun, my forever God. No one saw it anyway. Imma SB. I announce the official establishment of the Blazing Sun male group. I will be the leader. Men member +1. Men member +2. Men member +10,086. In the past, I thought you were joking when you mentioned this previously. Now, I'm really afraid that you'll snatch my Blazing Sun. It's so heaven-defying. Elemental World. Dragon Blood Mountain Range. The Dragon God Lord's territory. The Dragon God Lord, Lu Chang frowned as he looked at Zhou's ranking. He can actually advance to the Epic Tier Elementary grade. Is the difference between us really so big? He muttered to himself. As the owner of the legendary tier Lord Talent, Giant Dragon Mystic Realm, he could randomly summon a pure-blooded dragon from the Giant Dragon Mystic Realm every 5 days to become his subject. On the first day, he summoned a pure-blooded dragon, Bronze Dragon. On the 6th day, he summoned a pure-blooded dragon, Golden Dragon. On the 11th day, he even summoned an abyssal demon dragon. Just like Nazario. When the 3 pure-blooded dragons were first summoned, they were only in the form of young dragons. However, even young dragons had the initial strength of a white silver tier elementary grade. Moreover, their combat strength could easily defeat yellow gold tier monsters and could even fight the white platinum tier Scarlet Lord. Towards this, Lu Chang was naturally overjoyed. He felt that he would definitely be the #1 lord of the Cerulean planet. And yet, the appearance of the Insect Lord and the Overlord Lord, who also had legendary tier Lord talents, made him feel like he had a competitor. Then, the appearance of the Lord of the Blazing Sun made him feel suffocated pressure and defeat. Especially during the Novice Lord test. He had clearly done his best, but he was actually still far inferior to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Even though everyone said that the Lord of the Blazing Sun might have a mythical tier Lord talent, he, who knew some secrets, knew that the Lord of all races on the High Continent did not have innate mythical tier Lord talent. Legendary tier Lord talent was the ceiling. He could use some methods to upgrade his legendary tier Lord talent to the mythical tier Lord talent. For example, the rewards for the Novice Lord test. Which meant, perhaps the current Lord of the Blazing Sun had a mythical tier Lord talent. However, during the Novice Lord test, there was a high chance that he still had a legendary tier Lord talent. They both had legendary tier Lord talents. However, he was so far away from the Lord of the Blazing Sun during the Novice Lord test. He could not accept it. At that time, he was comforting himself that a temporary lead would not be a permanent lead. He did not expect that in the current Lord battlefield activity, the Lord of the Blazing Sun was actually leading so far ahead. Diamond tier and Epic tier ranking. As a top-notch Lord of the Cerulean planet, he knew the difference between these two levels very well. He only calmed down after a long time. My giant dragon mystic realm will be able to advance in 2 days. At that time, I can summon a pure-blooded dragon every 4 days. I might not be able to catch up to the Lord of the Blazing Sun in a short period of time. But in the later stages, if my giant dragon mystic realm can summon legendary tier dragon, or even mythical tier dragon, I can definitely catch up. Lu Chang thought silently. In a special universe. On the desolate planet. A blonde Western woman with the lower body of a bloated purple worm also saw the news that the Lord of the Blazing Sun had advanced to the Epic tier elementary grade. I didn't expect this Lord of the Blazing Sun to be so strong until now. Tamara was a little surprised. However, she did not pay much attention to it. She looked at the scene in front of her. A total of 140,000 sickle bugs, demon beetles, face-embracing bugs, spiritual energy bugs, and all kinds of insects were spread throughout her territory. Tamara looked at the Zergs with burning ambition in her eyes. Her legendary tier Lord talent was, Insect Mother. This Lord talent not only transformed her into a half-human half-insect mother, but it also gave her the ability to produce all kinds of child worms. Moreover, she also had the talent, Zerg race genetic modification. It could transfer the outstanding genes gathered to her and the Zerg offspring she created, creating a powerful insect mother body in various Zerg offsprings. This was another Lord talent comparable to a cheat without a doubt. Now, I can produce more than 10,000 Zergs a day with the mist cores collected by these Zergs. Moreover, the number of Zergs produced will increase every day. One day, when the number of Zergs under my command reaches tens of millions. That will be when I conquer all the territories on this planet. And then, I will lead my Zergs to attack the entire universe. Tamara's eyes lit up. Chapter 236 Gradeless Territory Fusion Certificate. Tamara knew the name of the universe she belonged to after some investigation. The Insect Tribe Universe. Even the world channel she was in was called the Insect Lord World Channel. The lords in this exclusive channel were all Zerg lords of various branches of the Zerg race. Among all the Zerg lords in this channel, her lord talent was undoubtedly the strongest. Therefore, she had long treated the Zerd universe that the Supreme Will had specially arranged for them as hers after she knew this information. The Lord of the Blazing Sun was developing very quickly, but she didn't care too much given that her Lord talent gave her the ability to wait in this unique development environment. Extraordinary Tier Lord Battlefield, Fallen Sun Desert. After Zhou Zhou felt that he could try to fight for the title of the strongest lord of all races, he was naturally extremely excited. Zhou Zhou took out the resurrection token and revived more than 100 soldiers who had died in the battle when he finally calmed down. These top-notch bloodline races were indeed terrifying even though the white-silver behemoth was easily defeated by them. The soldiers under his command had already temporarily reached white platinum tier under the enhancement of the dragon-slaying will. Nonetheless, they actually still allowed this group of white-silver tier behemoths to kill more than 100 people. As expected of a top-notch bloodline creature that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the dragon race. A moment later, Zhou Zhou looked at the battlefield after reviving all the soldiers. The corpses of the dead white-silver behemoths turned into white light and dissipated not long after they died. They were not given a chance to bathe in the blood in their corpses to increase their strength. Zhou Zhou shook his head, feeling that it was a pity. But there was no choice. The higher the rank of the Lord, the easier it was to buy a large number of territory rebirth tokens and resurrection tokens from their race. This also meant that it was almost impossible to really kill the foreign race lord in a place like the Lord Battlefield. The Lord Battlefield could only be used as a place to test one's strength, but it was not a place to increase his strength. I have to start from reality if I want to rely on the Lord's innate ability, the Dragon Slayer's song in Bloodbath, to increase my strength. Zhou Zhou pondered. Then, he opened the rankings of the Lords of all races battlefield and realized that the top 3 lords had not changed. The 3 top lords of the original spirit race, the Chaos God race, and the Shepherd's God race firmly occupied the top 3. He scrolled further down. He realized that there were already 22 lords who had reached the mythical tier advance grade. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. Is there really that much infighting? However, how are these mythical tier advance grade lords going to compete for the last spot as the strongest lord of all races? Thoughts like these flashed across Zhou Zhou's mind. However, he did not think too much about it. They had nothing to do with him for the time being after all. Then, he filtered the ranking of the myriad races Lord Battlefield to the lords of Cerulean Planet. The search results immediately refreshed. Zhou Zhou looked over. Cerulean Planet Human Race, Lord of the Blazing Sun, Epic Tier Elementary Grade, Battlefield Ranking, 91,541st. Cerulean Planet's Human Race, Dragon God Lord, Rank, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade, Battlefield Ranking, 1,048,744th. Cerulean Planet Human Race, Insect Lord, Rank, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade, Battlefield Ranking, 1,051,005th. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. After upgrading to the Epic Tier Elementary Grade, his Lord ranking had directly risen from the previous 500,000 to the top 100,000. The Dragon God Lord and the Insect Lord surprised him. Why were these two still at the Diamond Tier Advance grade? Was the Diamond Tier rank so difficult to advance? Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks M. It was indeed quite difficult. Zhou Zhou recalled his first defeat against a demi-lord in the Diamond Tier and the situation where he could not be ranked no matter what after reaching the Extraordinary Tier Advance grade. He could not help but smack his lips. The Extraordinary Tier was indeed a hurdle. If the Dragon God Lord and the Insect Lord did not make a huge breakthrough in their strength, they would probably be stuck at this level for a while. Then, he looked at his rank title and fashion effect. The title was still the title of the strongest lord. The effect of the title had not changed. However, the effect of the fashion had changed. Fashion name, Battlefield Elite, Event Limited Fashion, Fashion Grade, Epic Tier, Enhanceable, Fashion Feature 1, reduces 20% of the damage from epic tier and below to the wearer. Fashion Feature 2, Leave the battlefield. In the epic tier Lord battlefield ranking, if you have an epic tier territory rebirth token when your side is at a disadvantage, the Lord has the right to choose to admit defeat and automatically withdraw from the Lord battlefield ranking. Fashion Feature 3, same as before. Fashion Feature 4, same as before. Current fashion outfit completeness, 5/5, introduction, same as before. Zhou retracted his gaze and opened the battlefield shop. 1. Cerulean Planet Human Race Building, Architectural Blueprint Fragment, 7/7, remaining purchases, 1, price, 30,000 battlefield points, 2, Illustrated Handbook of All Races, Book 7, remaining purchases, 1, price, 5,000 battlefield points, 3, 1 Extraordinary Tier Master Servant Territory Contract, remaining purchases, 1, price, 10,000 battlefield points, 4, 1 Gradeless Territory Fusion Certificate, remaining purchases, 3, price, 10,000 battlefield points. Zhou looked at the fourth product and could not help but raise his eyebrows. Territory Fusion Certificate? What's this? He opened its attribute information. Treasure name, Territory Fusion Certificate, Treasure grade, gradeless, treasure effect, it can fuse any regional territory connected to it. The fused regional territory can retain all the resources of the original territory and have a certain chance of increasing the grade of its territory. Treasure description, a necessary item to increase the grade of the region's territory. It's actually a treasure that can increase the grade of the regional territory. Zhou's eyes lit up. The first thing he thought of was the Blazing Sun Desert under his feet. The territory where Blazing Sun City was had always been a Black Iron Tier regional territory. If it could increase the grade of the territory in the Blazing Sun Desert, not only could it allow Blazing Sun City to develop better, it was also beneficial to satisfying the conditions to build a kingdom in the future. He naturally did not forget the 3 conditions for establishing a kingdom that Liya had told him. The first was to possess an extraordinary tier advanced grade treasure, kingdom token. He had no clue about this for the time being, so he did not have to think too much about it. The third condition was that he had 3 heroes with at least extraordinary tier hero fates, and one of them had to be a hero of his own race. The second condition was that the Lord had at least 30 regional territories, and at least one of them had to be an extraordinary tier capital of the kingdom. If Zhou built a kingdom in the future, the Blazing Sun City would definitely be the capital. If he wanted to upgrade the Blazing Sun Desert to an extraordinary tier regional territory, then this territory fusion certificate was a necessary item. So a gradeless territory fusion certificate cost 10,000 battlefield points. Zhou looked at the battlefield points he had. He only had 30,004 battlefield points left since the last exchange. Zhou thought for a moment and decided to exchange for the last fragment of the Triumphal Arch first. He was not in a hurry to fuse the 7 fragments. Instead, he continued to rank. He planned to earn another 30,000 battlefield points and buy all the gradeless territory fusion certificates. Chapter 237 Mythical Tier Elementary Grade. Everyone is shocked. Zhou's second ranking battle was against the Lord of the Holy Unicorn race from the Heaven Realm. According to the Index of All Races, Book 7, the Holy Unicorn race was one of the symbols of the Heavenly Realm and one of the favorite creatures of the gods of order in the Heaven Realm. They were a race with extraordinary tier bloodlines. As long as the Holy Unicorn reached adulthood, it would naturally advance to Diamond Tier. It would easily advance to the extraordinary tier with a little hard work. A Holy Unicorn with outstanding potential could easily advance to the Epic Tier or even Legendary Tier with hard cultivation. Moreover, it was different from the meager white-silver behemoths. The reproduction ability of the Holy Unicorn was not inferior to most races, so they were populous. Therefore, the legend of the Holy Unicorn could be easily heard in the myriad worlds. The Holy Unicorn Lord Zhou was called Holy Light Lord. The other party led more than 600 Holy Unicorn subjects, all of whom were at the white-silver tier. This was almost equivalent to more than 600 subjects that were only one level weaker than the white-silver behemoths. However, their numbers naturally crushed the white-silver behemoths they had encountered previously. However, in front of their bloodline, Zhou Zhou's subjects had awakened his army's dragon-slaying will. The weakest of them had reached the white-silver tier, and the strongest had directly advanced to the white-platinum tier. Moreover, there were more than 2,200 soldiers who had advanced to the white-platinum tier. More than 2,200 white-platinum tier Blazing Sun Army soldiers versus more than 600 white-silver tier Holy Unicorns. Even if the Holy Unicorn's bloodline was much stronger than the human bloodline, in the face of the ineffectiveness of the bloodline pressure and the difference in strength and numbers, these 600-odd Holy Unicorns were still defeated in less than a moment. The Holy Light Lord in the Holy Light City was stunned when it saw this scene. This scene had completely exceeded its understanding of humans. Was this still the human race it knew? In its memory. Even though the reproduction ability of the human race was very strong, their bloodline and racial talent were not strong. The human race was an ordinary race among the races in the myriad worlds. It was completely unworthy of the attention of top-notch bloodline races. But how could it explain the scene in front of it? How did this human lord obtain so many white platinum tier subjects in such a short period of time? At the same time, Bai Yun and Wu Xian had already ordered all the subjects of Blazing Sun City to rush towards its Holy Light City. When the Holy Light Lord saw this scene, it finally used the ability to leave the battlefield from the battlefield elite fashion and took the initiative to admit defeat even though it was very unwilling. Then, it brought the Holy Light City and the corpses of all the Holy Unicorn back to the real world. On Zhou Zhou's side, his rank automatically advanced to the Epic Tier Intermediate grade when the other party surrendered. At the same time, he obtained 30,000 battlefield points. At this moment, Zhou Zhou had no intention of exchanging for the territory fusion certificate. There was only one thing on his mind. Continue to level up. He wanted to see where he could get with this dragon-slaying hometown. Then, Zhou Zhou continued to rank. The third round. Cerulean Planet's Human Race, Lord of the Blazing Sun vs. Bai Zhe Race, Lord of Listening Wind. The Lord of the Blazing Sun won. His rank had been upgraded to Epic Tier Advanced grade. At the same time, he had obtained another 30,000 battlefield points. The fourth round. Cerulean Planet's Human Race, Lord of the Blazing Sun vs. Black Dragon Race, Lord Fairy. The Lord of the Blazing Sun won. His rank had been upgraded to Legendary Tier Elementary grade. At the same time, he had obtained another 30,000 battlefield points. The fifth round. 3 hours later. Legendary Tier Advanced grade Lord Battlefield, Netherworld Volcano. After Bai Yun dealt with the last three-headed hellhound with 5 blazing arrows, the battlefield gradually returned to calm. On the city wall of Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou looked at the notification in front of him. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, you have defeated the Hellish Cerberus Lord, Black God Lord, Legendary Tier Advanced Grade Lord. You have won this ranking competition. Congratulations, you have obtained 100,000 battlefield points. Congratulations, you have advanced to the Mythical Tier Elementary grade in the Lord Battlefield. You need to maintain this title until the Lord Battlefield event ends. Only then can you obtain this title permanently. You need to participate in at least one ranking competition every day. Otherwise, your rank will decrease by -1. Your battlefield shop has been updated. You can return to your territory now. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Mythical Tier Elementary grade. He had finally reached this level after 7 consecutive victories. He looked at the battlefield below. The blood energy unique to the Dragon Slayer on the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army was slowly dissipating. The blood color in their eyes gradually recovered, and most importantly, their powerful strength gradually returned to normal. Without the pressure of high-level enemies, they returned to their previous appearance. However, Zhou Zhou did not mind. They had won, it wouldn't affect him anyway. Rest for half an hour. Then continue fighting. Zhou Zhou looked at the soldiers and realized that they were in good spirits. Yes. The soldiers said excitedly. While they were a little tired physically and mentally after 7 consecutive battles, this indescribable sense of achievement swelled from the bottom of their hearts as they watched as the high-level races that were only recorded in books were defeated one after another. Therefore, when they heard Zhou Zhou's order, not only did they not resist, they even looked forward to it. At the same time, the lords who were paying attention to the Lord of the Blazing Sun's ranking on the World Channel were also completely crazy. Mythical Tier Elementary Grade Rank. They never expected the Lord of the Blazing Sun to advance to this level. Wasn't this rank something that only those mythical tier legendary lords of races could reach? Can we humans actually also reach it? They thought in disbelief and joy. At this moment, all the lords felt honored. Even the Dragon God Lord and the Insect Lord, who had always thought highly of themselves, were very surprised by the Lord of the Blazing Sun's current rank. They knew very well the value of the mythical tier elementary grade rank as top lords. It could be said that at this time, lords who could reach this level could be said to be the top lords of all races in all the worlds, including the High Continent. Even though they felt that their lord's talent was very strong, it would take a long time for them to reach the current level of the Lord of the Blazing Sun. And the Lord of the Blazing Sun, who came from the same race as them, could actually do such a thing at this time. Their first thought was that this matter was very unbelievable. Their second thought was, could it be that the Lord of the Blazing Sun was not a lord of the Cerulean planet's human race? Otherwise, a Cerulean planet human lord wouldn't be so strong even if he had a mythical tier lord talent, right? When Lord of the Blazing Sun reached the mythical tier elementary grade, all the lords of the various races who were paying attention to the battlefield ranking quickly noticed this lord from the human race. Human race. They were also stunned when they saw the race of this new mythical tier elementary grade lord. A mythical tier lord could also appear among the humans. At that time, many people of foreign races began to discuss the name Lord of the Blazing Sun. At the entrance of the abyss. In an ancient and damaged building. If Zhou Zhou was standing here, he would definitely recognize that the architectural style of this building was exactly the same as the Night Temple in his territory. Chapter 238 The Shocked Lord by He. The shortcoming of the dragon-slaying hometown. This was indeed the Night Temple. However, the Night Temple in Blazing Sun City was only a small and unimportant part of it. This Night Temple that suppressed the entrance to the abyss and prevented the abyss demons from leaving the abyss to invade the myriad worlds was the core of the Night Temple. At this moment, the Silver Meteorite Knight, Rob, was resting in the lounge. Rob, did you just return? A knight in black armor with a deep scar on his face walked over and sat beside Rob. He was the 9th commander of the Holy Temple Guards, Gilbert. They were usually in charge of leading teams to clean up the abyssal demons around the Holy Temple and launch regular counterattacks into the depths of the abyss. Therefore, he was comrades with Rob, who often came here to fight. They were quite close. Yes, I just got back. Rob nodded. Where's the Temple Lord? Gilbert asked curiously. Teacher is fighting, Meyersack, at the snake pit. He should be back in a while. Rob shook his head. Gilbert was not surprised at all. Clearly, this was not the first time their Temple Lord was fighting it. As for the snake pit, its full name was the Viper Pit. It was located on the 74th level of the Abyss, Emerald Domain, and its owner was the Abyss Lord, the god of Nagas, Meyersack. One was the king of abyssal knights while the other was the Abyss Lord on the 74th level of the Abyss. Both of them were true god-tier existences. It was no joke that they could destroy the world if they fought. However, it was precisely because of this that the two of them would not easily engage in a life-and-death duel. Typically, it would be an easy competition to test the other party's condition. If they did not have a 100% chance of killing them, they would go back to their respective homes. Rob came back early because he was a little tired from fighting in order not to distract his teacher in the battle. Then, the two of them chatted for a while. Gilbert suddenly thought of something and said, "Have you heard? I just heard that a human lord rushed to the mythical tier elementary grade in their Lord Battlefield activity among lords this year. TSK tisk. That's amazing. To be able to rush to the mythical tier, even if it's only the elementary grade, means that the human lord is already among the top lords of all races. The Supreme Will has attracted all the races from the myriad worlds. It seems to have really attracted a good junior to our human race." Gilbert sighed. "Really? Which race is human lord? Is it the yellow gold tier human race? Or the primordial human race? Or the celestial race?" Rob asked in surprise. The three humans he was talking about were the top human races in the endless heavens that he knew. None of them. It's said to be from a race called the Cerulean planet. I think he's called something like the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Gilbert muttered. He saw Rob looking at him blankly as soon as he finished speaking. "What did you say?" "I said that the other party is the Lord of the Blazing Sun from the Cerulean planet's human race." "What's wrong? You heard about it too?" Gilbert said in surprise. "No, I didn't. I just didn't expect such a young and promising human lord to actually come from an unknown human branch." Rob smiled. However, he was extremely shocked. It was actually the Lord of the Blazing Sun. He had just met him in the morning. It had only been a few hours, but the other party had actually caused such a huge commotion. Gilbert nodded, not thinking too much about Rob's reaction. After chatting for a while, Rob said goodbye to the other party on the grounds that he wanted to go back to his room. Then, he quickly returned to his room. He took out a communication device exclusive to the Abyss and first confirmed that his teacher was still fighting through the communication status. When he saw that his teacher's communication status was activated, he was delighted. Since the communication state was activated, it often meant that the teacher was in a very safe state. That was why he could divert his attention to deal with other things. If the communication state was turned off, it usually meant that the teacher was focused on fighting or other things and could not be disturbed by other things. Rob immediately called his teacher. "Soon." Baihe's voice came from the other end. Rob first concerned himself about Baihe's situation. After confirming that his teacher was not injured, he immediately told him about the Lord of the Blazing Sun ascending to the mythical tier elementary grade. "I really underestimated that Lord of the Blazing Sun. I didn't expect him to not only be talented as a potential hero, he's also so good at being a lord." Rob sighed. However, Baihe did not give any response. Just as Rob felt that something was wrong with his teacher's reaction, come and read on our website Wuxia World site. "Thanks, I understand. Don't worry about this and don't tell anyone. I'll take care of it." Baihe said calmly. "Yes, teacher." Rob said respectfully. On the 43rd level of the Abyss. A blood-red light was flying quickly towards the Abyss wormhole and the Night Temple. There was a figure in the blood-red light. Who else could it be but the King of Abyssal Knights, Baihe? I knew this kid would cause trouble. I didn't expect it to be so fast. That taboo will, is it really that powerful? Baihe muttered. The next second, he passed through the abyssal wormhole and disappeared. In the Blazing Sun City. At this moment, Zhou only knew that he had advanced to the mythical tier elementary grade, causing a commotion on the world channel. However, he did not expect that the fact that he had reached the mythical tier as a human lord attracted a certain amount of attention from the lords of the myriad races. Even Baihe, who he felt was a true god-tier big shot, was rushing over for this matter. At this moment, he chose to begin ranking again without hesitation half an hour later after advancing to the mythical tier elementary grade. Matching with your queuing opponent, match successful. Entering the battlefield. After the world changed. Zhou looked at the world in front of him. This was a vast and boundless silver arena. Surprisingly, the surroundings of the arena were scarlet. He looked into the distance. A technological mechanical barrier slowly stood there. Floating robots and technological arms that looked very cool were quietly arranged there. When Zhou saw this, he suddenly had a bad feeling. At this moment, a text notification appeared. You have entered the mythical tier elementary grade battlefield. You and your opponent have been randomly assigned to the mythical tier elementary grade battlefield, Starry Sky Arena. Your opponent is, Machina Race Lord, Black Radium Lord. Condition to defeat the enemy, kill all the enemy forces within 24 hours. If you exceed the time limit, both sides will be judged to have negative battle results. Ranking -1. You have 10 minutes to deploy your forces. Countdown, 9 minutes, 59 seconds, Zhou, a moment later. In Blazing Sun City. Zhou and the others appeared out of thin air. They looked at each other helplessly. They had lost. An utter defeat. Zhou's dragon-slaying hometown lord talent was useless facing the Machina race that did not have any bloodline and only had pure mechanical technology. Under such circumstances, both his soldiers and his strength did not increase at all. The result was, after the other party's technological arms washed the ground, they did not even see the other party's shadow before they all died and automatically left the battlefield. Looks like the dragon-slaying hometown is not omnipotent. When encountering a Machina race or other races that have nothing to do with bloodline, the dragon-slaying hometown will become useless. Zhou thought helplessly. Half an hour later. Zhou fought another ranking competition. The enemy of this battle was a race called the Death Nether Tree. This time, they triggered the effect of the dragon-slaying hometown again. After a battle, they won the ranking competition again. A soldier suddenly came over to report something to him just as he was about to rank again. Temple Lord Bai is looking for me. Zhou was stunned. Then, he did not think too much about it. He let the soldiers rest while he walked towards the Night Temple. Chapter 239 The Story of the Dragon Slayer Night Temple. In a secret meeting room. Zhou saw that Bai he was already sitting on the main seat waiting for him quietly when he was brought here. There was no one else in this conference room. Bai he smiled when he saw him. You're here. Take a seat first. Zhou was a little confused, but he still nodded and sat down. Temple Lord, why are you looking for me? He went straight to the point and asked. There is indeed one thing. I heard that you've already surpassed most races in the Lord battlefield created by the Supreme Will and reached the mythical tier elementary grade. Impressive. As expected of the number one Lord of the human race on the cerulean planet. Bai he praised. Temple Lord, you're too kind. I'm just a small lord who has just started. But did the news about me travel so quickly? I just ascended to the mythical tier elementary grade not long ago, but you already know about it. Zhou was a little surprised. You are the lord that even the Supreme Will cares about. It will also be related to the future lord of all races. Why wouldn't we care? Let me put it this way. All the forces of our high continent have begun to pay attention to all of you when you lord of all races first descended on our high continent. Just like the lords of your cerulean planet. In the territories of many lords, our human countries have specially arranged for liaisons to spend mist core to buy some information from you. So we know about it not long after the news about you spread. It's not just coming from you humans on the cerulean planet. We have such an intelligence agency for the other humans and even the people of foreign races. Do you know how much we value you lords this time? Bai he smiled. Zhou Zhou nodded as usual. However, he could not help but curse in his heart. I've been wondering why there were so many people hanging there every day on the World Channel. Previously, he thought that those people liked to gossip. He did not expect to be obtaining intelligence. So they were salaried. Zhou Zhou complained in his heart. Would they be considered a mole? We will also build an intelligence liaison station in your territory if you allow it. You're the #1 lord of your cerulean planet. The information you can obtain must be much more valuable than the information of others. We can also provide information exchange services. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. As one of the top forces of the high continent, the information we can provide will definitely far exceed your imagination. Bai He smiled. Zhou Zhou wanted to refuse. There were many secrets in his territory after all. He did not want outsiders to enter his blazing sun city and know the secrets in his territory. Especially a top organization like the Night Temple. Even though the other party had previously said that he would not take the initiative to interfere with the development of his territory and could not even enter his territory, however, it was better to be safe than sorry. Once something special happened, and his secret had been grasped by the other party, he would not even be able to resist with the other party's strength. However, he could not help but hesitate when he heard the other party's words. Bai He's words made sense. Even though he had information-gathering organizations like the Heavenly Army and the Starfire Mercenary Team, they could only collect some information at the lower middle level because of their strength level. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, he did not even have the chance to come into contact with information at the level of the Night Temple. If he could really come into contact with information at this level, it would undoubtedly be very beneficial to him and the development of his territory. He thought for a moment and finally replied. This is not a small matter. I will need a few days to think, is that all right? Sure, there's no hurry. Bai He immediately admired Zhou Zhou even more. It was rare for someone so young to not be rash. All right. Back to the main point. I specially came back this time to tell you about you ascending to the mythical tier elementary grade. Bai He said. Zhou Zhou was not surprised. However, what Bai He said next stunned him. You should have relied on the power of the dragon-slaying will to reach this level, right? Zhou Zhou was silent for a while. He didn't expect him to see through his reliance on ascending to the mythical tier elementary grade. He suddenly remembered that his Dragon Slayer King's will had been exposed in the Heroic Spirit Hall. The other party should have known that he had the dragon-slaying will through this matter. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou admitted it frankly. This was his Lord Talent to begin with, a reasonable product created by the Supreme Will. It was not a cheat like a cheat. What was there that he did not dare to admit? After hearing Zhou Zhou admit it, Bai He sighed faintly. As expected. Then do you know what the Dragon Slayer represents? What does it represent? Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. I don't know much about the Dragon Slayer. The heroic spirits of the Heroic Spirit Hall told me that you have the dragon-slaying will. Bai He said slowly. Zhou Zhou's heart stirred. I don't possess an ordinary dragon-slaying will, but the will of the Dragon Slayer King. It seemed that even those heroic spirits knew very little about the Dragon Slayer and the Dragon Slayer King. The ancient Pale Whale Lord knows the most about the Dragon Slayer. He told me that the Dragon Slayer can be traced back to the time when the dragon race was first born. It has an ancient origin. When it was born, it was famous for its unique ability. Especially among races with high bloodlines. Its reputation is even more resounding. That's why. It has also encountered the jealousy of high-level bloodline races. It didn't take long for a war against the Dragon Slayer to begin. Very few life forms remember the exact process of that war. However, the high-level bloodline races of the myriad races suffered heavy losses ever since then. Several peak-level bloodlines were even exterminated. On the other hand, very few life forms have heard the name Dragon Slayer again. A few occasional times. However, I only heard that the Dragon Slayer lineage had completely declined. Not long after, there was no news again. He recounted the history of the Dragon Slayer in a low voice. Zhou Zhou's heart was also very heavy. He thought of the Lord Talent name of the Dragon Slayer Lord. At that time, it was still a yellow gold tier Lord Talent and was called the last descendant of the Dragon Slayer. Which meant, the Dragon Slayer Lord might very well be the last lineage of the Dragon Slayer. After he was destroyed, if not for his Lord Talent reappearing in his hands and being promoted to the White Platinum tier Lord Talent, Dragon Slaying Hometown, the legendary race of Dragon Slayer would probably be completely extinct. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou felt a little complicated. He did not expect the Dragon Slayer to have such a story. Chapter 240 Kingdom Token. Low-tier deity tier hero inheritance secret book. He had already guessed why he was looking for him. That was indeed the case. At this moment, he looked at Zhou Zhou. Lord of the Blazing Sun. Most of the high-level races that plotted to destroy the Dragon Slayer lineage are still alive. I know that the power of the Dragon Slayer is very important to you in this event on the battlefield of the lords of all races. But if you continue to use this power, these high-level races might not be able to guess it in a short period of time. They might even think that this is some skill or racial talent of yours. But it will be seen through as time passes. When the time comes, the enemies you're facing might not only be the lords of the other races, but also the true experts of those peak bloodline races. Even enemies comparable to me might appear. He looked at Zhou Zhou. Actually, under normal circumstances, it didn't matter if he didn't say whatever he said just now as someone who had accidentally appeared here because of Zhou Zhou's Lord Talent, he only needed to be in charge of nurturing knights. However, firstly, while Zhou Zhou and him were not from the same branch of human race, they were still from the same human race. As a senior of the human race, he was still willing to give him some care. Secondly, he had a metaphysical premonition. His premonition told him that as long as this Lord of the Blazing Sun in front of him grew up, he would give the human race a huge surprise one day. As a true god tier, he naturally did not feel that his sixth sense was groundless. Someone at his level. Any sixth sense, premonition, dream, and other specious things could be an omen of fate. In addition, the reason why the heroic spirits in the heroic spirit hall opened their eyes was not only because of the dragon slaying will, but also because they really felt that Zhou Zhou was qualified to accept their hero inheritance. He did not tell Zhou Zhou about this. He had already achieved a lot at this age. There was no need to set fire to this. Zhou Zhou naturally did not know what he was thinking. He still thought that the heroic spirit hall had opened its eyes only because of his dragon-slaying will and not because they valued his aptitude. After a moment of silence, Zhou Zhou said, "Then what should I do next? Don't use the power of the Dragon Slayer anymore. I've already used the power of the Dragon Slayer many times." He could not help but smile when he heard Zhou Zhou's words. This young man. He was willing to let it go. Not bad. If he was unwilling to give up what he had and still wanted to use the power of the Dragon Slayer to fight for the position of the strongest lord of all races, he would definitely not value him as much as he did now. He admired Zhou Zhou even more now. You still have to use it. It might attract more attention if it seems like you're deliberately hiding something. I previously understood the power and manifestation of the Dragon Slayer. To people who do not know about it, the Dragon Slayer's strength increased explosively when facing high-level bloodline life forms. It's very similar to using a forbidden technique. If that's the case, you can package it as a forbidden technique with harsh conditions. He immediately came up with a solution. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. This method was not bad. Thank you, Temple Lord for advising me. Otherwise, I might not even know when I'm in danger. Zhou Zhou immediately said gratefully. This temple lord Bai could be considered to have saved his life. Work hard, little guy. Bai he smiled and stood up before leaving. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party's back view and sighed. He went away after giving him some pointers. This might be the big shot style. If the Night Temple could nurture knights a little shorter, this Lord talent is even more perfect. Zhou Zhou thought. It would take at least half a year to nurture a knight. This might be acceptable to other lords, but to him, who was developing rapidly every day, he felt that it was a little too slow. Then, he left the Night Temple without thinking too much. Zhou Zhou asked the soldiers to rest and told them that there would be no lord battle today after he returned. Instead, they would conquer the other regions in an hour. He decided. In the future, he would only play for maintenance on the lord battlefield every day to maintain his mythical tier elementary grade. In addition, in terms of the dragon slaying will, he also planned to follow Temple Lord Bai's instructions and make it into a forbidden technique. This way, even if the lords of other races realized that his forbidden technique was a little too strong, they would not think in the direction of the dragon slayer. In the lord's residence. Zhou Zhou checked his title as the strongest lord and his event clothes. The effect of the title of strongest lord remained unchanged. However, the battlefield elite fashion had become the king of the battlefield fashion. Fashion name, King of the Battlefield, Event Limited Fashion, Fashion Grade, Mythical Tier, Enhanceable, Fashion Feature 1, reduces 20% of Mythical Tier and below damage by the wearer. Fashion Feature 2, Leave the Battlefield, in the Mythical Tier Lord Battlefield ranking, when one is at a disadvantage, the Lord has the right to choose to admit defeat and automatically withdraw from the Lord Battlefield ranking if one has a Mythical Tier Territory Rebirth token. Fashion Feature 3, automatically obtain 200,000 battlefield points every day, 2 Territory Rebirths, 200,000 Resurrection Spots. Fashion Feature 4, same as before. Fashion Feature 5, Comfort Plus Max, Current Fashion Outfit Completeness, 5/5, Introduction, same as before. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. The Battlefield Elite has become the king of the battlefield. The familiarity is also maxed out. Moreover, this fashion special effect 3 is actually a real benefit. Not bad, not bad. The effect of this fashion outfit should be maxed out next. There shouldn't be any room for improvement. Zhou Zhou thought. He was already at the mythical tier. There was nothing more even if he wanted to increase it. Then, he opened the battlefield shop. 1. Kingdom Token, Remaining Purchases, 1. Price, 200,000 Battlefield Points, 2. Low-Level Divine Tier Hero Inheritance Secret Manual, Sanctuary Tier Purchase Count, 1. Price, 100,000 Battlefield Points, 3. Index of All Races, Book 8, Remaining Purchases, 1. Price, 5,000 Battlefield Points, 4. Index of All Races, Book 9, Remaining Purchases, 1. Price, 10,000 Battlefield Points, 5. 1. Epic Tier Master Servant Territory Contract, Remaining Purchases, 1. Price, 50,000 Battlefield Points, 6. 1. Legendary Tier Master Servant Territory Contract, Remaining Purchases, 1. Price, 100,000 Battlefield Points, 7. 1. Gradeless Territory Fusion Certificate, Remaining Purchases, 3. Price, 10,000 Battlefield Points. Zhou Zhou immediately became excited when he saw the first exchange option. Kingdom Token. The most important item to build the kingdom was actually in the battlefield shop. Moreover, there was a low-tier deity-level hero inheritance secret manual. Oh my god! Was this the upgraded battlefield shop? Chapter 241 Exchange. Special Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Zhou Zhou looked at the kingdom token in the shop and felt a little emotional. He had originally planned to ask the Night Temple about the kingdom token later. He did not expect to see it here first. Just as well. It saved him from owing the Night Temple a favor. Thinking of this, he looked at his personal information on the Lord battlefield. Title, Lord of the Blazing Sun, Rank, Mythical Tier Elementary Grade, Number of Rankings Tries, 22, Battlefield Points, 440,004, Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He had rushed up all the way. He had earned a lot of points on the battlefield alone, ignoring everything else. He could exchange for many things and so he began. A kingdom token worth 200,000 battlefield points. I'll buy it. A low-tier divine tier hero inheritance manual worth 100,000 battlefield points. I'll buy it. The index of all races, Book 8, and Book 9, that were worth 15,000 battlefield points. It's not a big deal. I'll buy it directly. In addition, there were extraordinary tier and epic tier master servant territory contracts that he bought for 54,000 battlefield points. In the future, if he encountered a chance to subdue extraordinary tier and epic tier territories, this treasure could be used directly. However, Zhou felt that the probability of such a thing happening at this stage was very low. Therefore, there was a high chance that these high-level items would only be useful in the later stages. As for the last 3 gradeless territory fusion certificates, he also spent 30,000 battlefield points to buy them. At this moment, Zhou had already spent 399,000 battlefield points and had only 41,004 battlefield points left. At this moment, the only valuable item left in the battlefield shop was a legendary tier master servant territory contract worth 100,000 battlefield points. This thing was too expensive. Zhou could not buy it for the time being. I can't help but spend these battlefield points. Zhou sighed. However, he did not feel that he had suffered a loss. The things he bought were all very valuable goods after all. Then, he looked at the details of these items. Firstly, it was the kingdom token that Zhou had been thinking about. Treasure name, kingdom token, treasure grade, extraordinary tier advance grade, treasure effect. You can have the basic qualifications to build a kingdom with the kingdom token. Treasure description, certificate to establish a kingdom. Unfortunately, it's only a basic qualification. If only I could build a kingdom directly. Zhou thought greedily. Then, he looked at the low-tier deity-level Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Treasure name, Hero Inheritance Secret Manual, grade, low-level deity advance grade, treasure ability. After using it, you can obtain the inheritance of a hero that suits your race. Introduction, a treasure created by the Supreme Will. It is connected to the River of Time. After using it, the user can obtain the hero inheritance of his race who has the fate level slot of a lesser god. Zhou's eyes widened. This is actually different from the Hero Inheritance Secret Manual he had obtained previously. It was not the inheritance of a certain hero. Instead, he obtained the inheritance of a hero that matched his race. Zhou quickly realized the value of this slightly different hero inheritance. Not only could it be used by humans, it could also be used by life forms of other races. For example, Nazario. At the thought of this, Zhou could not help but feel excited. He and his subjects had seen how powerful Nazario was. It could be said that Nazario played a supremely important role in the development of his territory. This was only because Nazario was already so strong before he became a hero. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. If Nazario became a hero, wouldn't he take off immediately? Zhou had never even thought about the flaws of the hero inheritance. If this hero inheritance secret manual was only at the epic tier or legendary tier, naturally, Zhou would not give it to Nazario for the sake of a temporary increase in combat strength. However, this hero inheritance secret manual was a low-tier deity-level treasure. Nazario only had legendary tier potential. The benefits of Nazario using this hero inheritance secret manual were naturally greater than the disadvantages. As for the path that Nazario would take after becoming a low-tier deity. Firstly, this matter was too far away. There was no need to worry about something so far away now. Secondly, it was still the same thing. At that time, with Zhou Zhou's Lord talent, he might be able to obtain an opportunity to advance Nazario. Therefore, there was a high chance that he did not have to worry about such a thing. I'll give the hero inheritance to Nazario when I return tonight. Zhou Zhou thought. He still had to go out to conquer the white-silver tier regional territories. He still needed Nazario to hold down the fort. There was naturally no need to mention the 8th and 9th volumes of the Index of All Races. The Extraordinary Tier Master-Servant Territory Contract and the Epic Tier Master-Servant Territory Contract could turn an Extraordinary Tier or Epic Tier Lord's territory into their subordinate territory with the agreement of the other party's lord. Then, Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the last gradeless territory fusion certificate. These were 3 rectangular golden contracts with strange words that he could easily understand even though he could not understand them. The general meaning was that the fusion of the territory had been notarized by the supreme will. Even the god spirits could not stop and change it. Moreover, they had to admit that the existence of this fusion territory was reasonable. Zhou Zhou pondered. What he wanted to do was not to use these 3 territory fusion certificates now. Instead, he was thinking about something else. These 3 gradeless territory fusion certificates can fuse any 2 regional territories bordering each other. Which means, even legendary tier, epic tier, and even low tier and higher level regional territories can be obtained through this gradeless territory fusion certificate. It feels a little wasteful if I use it now. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. The blazing sun desert he was in currently bordered a total of 4 regions. They were the Sand Gold Land, the Black Iron Tier Regional Territory in the north. The Eastern Black Iron Tier Regional Territory, Thorn Dune. Fish Spring Town, the Green Bronze Tier Territory that occupied the west and southwest. As well as the Green Bronze Tier Calamity Zone in the south, the Sandstorm Forbidden Zone. If he used the gradeless territory fusion certificate now, he could only fuse with the Sand Gold Land and Thorn Dune that bordered the blazing sun desert. This would definitely waste the value of a treasure like the gradeless territory fusion certificate. Zhou Zhou thought for a while and called Aaliyah over. "Help me invite Princess Leia over," he said. "Yes, my lord," Aaliyah said respectfully. Then, she walked out of the room to look for Leia. Soon, Aaliyah brought Leia and her maid, Yu Qiao, over. "My lord, why are you looking for us?" Leia said in surprise. "Your Highness, do you know about the territory fusion certificate?" Zhou Zhou asked. "Territory fusion certificate? I know." Leia nodded. Then, he smiled. "My lord, didn't I tell you? You don't have to be so polite. Just call me Leia. Then call me Zhou Zhou too." Zhou Zhou did not pay much attention to addressing her. "Okay." Leia smiled and asked curiously, "Why do you suddenly want to ask about the territory fusion certificate?" "I want to increase the level of my territory. I heard that the territory fusion certificate can do this, so I asked." Zhou Zhou said. "I see. The territory fusion certificate can indeed do this. If you want, I can ask my father to send some over." Leia said after hearing this. Zhou Zhou was stunned. "Send some over? Did I misunderstand something? The territory fusion certificate is not a precious thing, but an ordinary treasure." Chapter 242 Complete Triumphal Arch Blueprint. Preparing to upgrade the Lord talent. That's not good. It's too valuable. But it's fine if we can purchase it through transactions. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Even though high-level territory fusion certificates are precious treasures, our Aurora Kingdom can still give out some low-level territory fusion certificates. Leia smiled. Low-level territory fusion certificate? Are there different quality territory fusion certificates? Zhou caught the main point of the other party's words and his eyes lit up. Of course. The territory fusion certificate has different qualities. For example, the Black Iron Tier territory fusion certificate can only fuse the two connected territories of the Black Iron Tier. A White Silver Tier territory fusion certificate can only allow territory below the White Silver Tier to fuse with each other. And so on and so forth. Even though our Aurora Kingdom is only an ordinary human kingdom, it's not a problem to give away some territory fusion certificates below the White Platinum Tier quality. Liya smiled. Zhou was pleasantly surprised. So the territory fusion certificate really had different grades. Then his 3 territories that could fuse any 2 connected territories proved that they were really treasures. He could stop using them for the time being and use the low-level territory fusion certificates that Liya mentioned. How did you obtain the territory fusion certificate? Can you tell me? Zhou asked curiously. It's not inconvenient. It's no secret. The territory fusion certificate can be dropped by the fog monsters themselves. However, its drop rate is extremely low, and it won't only drop on one kind of fog monster. For example, our Aurora Kingdom has been established for nearly 600 years and has killed more than 1 billion fog monsters. However, the territory fusion certificates that dropped only add up to 300 to 400 copies. Moreover, most of the territory fusion certificates are only low-level territory fusion certificates. This is because it's not only a problem of low drop rate, but the probability of it appearing is also extremely low. Liya sighed. Zhou clicked his tongue. It turned out that the appearance and drop rate of the territory fusion certificate were so low. No wonder he had never seen a loot like the territory fusion certificate even with a 100% drop rate after leading his army to eliminate many fog monsters. I'll write a letter today and ask Father to send over some territorial fusion certificates at the White Platinum Tier and below. Liya said. Thank you. Zhou acknowledged. The territory fusion certificate at the White Platinum Tier and below matched his needs. After that, Zhou and Liya chatted about the construction progress of the Aurora Kingdom Tower. To his surprise, Liya said that the talents she had brought with her had completed all the construction goals quite smoothly during the construction of the Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Tower with Zhao Changshu. Moreover, the speed at which the Aurora Tower was built was faster than anyone had expected. The first Diamond Elementary Grade Aurora Tower in his territory would probably be completed tonight. After Zhou heard her, he quickly thought of a territory buff that he had almost forgotten. That was the Green Bronze Tier Ancestral Enhancement given by Lu Ban in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, Heart of the Craftsman. Ancestral Enhancement, Heart of the Craftsman, Grade, Green Bronze Tier, Enhancement Effect 1. Increase the efficiency of war machinery manufacturing in the territory by 30%. Enhancement Effect 2, Construction efficiency of the territory plus 10%. Blessing Description, a blessing from China's ancestor, Gong Shuban. The Aurora Tower is both a war machine and a territory building. That's why Elder Zhao and the others built the Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Tower so quickly. Zhou guessed. He was naturally very happy. The faster the Diamond Elementary Grade Aurora Tower was built, the stronger his territory would be, and his ability to resist risks would naturally be stronger. Moreover, Zhou thought of something. After this Diamond Elementary Grade Aurora Tower was completed, he could completely use it to replace the dragon slaying will and increase his rank in the Lord Battlefield. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks this way, he would not have to use the dragon slaying will to greatly reduce the possibility of him being exposed. He could also legitimately continue to increase his rank on the Lord Battlefield. The Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Tower can already threaten extraordinary tier enemies. I wonder if I can deal with the top 10 abnormal lords. Zhou thought. While he felt that the Diamond Elementary Grade Aurora Tower was very strong, he had never underestimated other mythical tier lords. He could have such an opportunity after all, why couldn't the other lords? Then, he did not say anything else. After that, Zhou Zhou and Li Yi chatted for a while before separating. After they walked back, Zhou Zhou asked Aaliyah to call Zhao Changshu over. Then, he took out 7 building blueprint fragments from his spatial ring. They were the 7 building blueprint fragments of the Triumphal Arch. Zhou Zhou looked at them. Soon, a text notification appeared. Do you want to fuse? Yes. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. The next second, he saw the 7 blueprints floating up one by one. Their edges emitted a golden light, then the 7 blueprints fused together and turned into a thin green booklet. It was the complete blueprint of the race building, Triumphal Arch. It's finally complete. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. It was not easy to gather this complete blueprint. He glanced at the building information. Construction blueprint name, Triumphal Arch, construction blueprint level, special, unique, construction blueprint effect, triumph glory, when the Lord and his military professionals subject return victorious after the war and pass through the Triumphal Arch, if the promotion energy in the Lord and his military professional subject has already accumulated to more than 80%. There is a 50% chance of directly obtaining the promotion energy that is lacking and directly obtaining a breakthrough. In Strength Realm. Construction Blueprint Description, the blueprint of the human race on Cerulean Planet. Good news arrived from the battlefield yesterday for the triumphant return of the army today. Construction requirement, 10 million units of wood, 10 million units of fine sand, 10 million units of metal, 10 million units of stone, 10,000 units of forged stainless steel, 1,000 units of adamantine, 1,000 units of mithril, 100 units of 4 elemental gemstones each, 1,000 units of yellow gold tier mist core. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. After the Triumphal Arch was built, the efficiency of his soldiers' breakthroughs would greatly increase in the future. He had all the basic materials required. As for the rare materials behind the basic materials, he happened to have a portion of the materials left from the Novice Lord test last time. The rest could also be bought from Sand Gold City. At most, he would spend some mist cores, so it was not a problem at all. A moment later, Zhao Changshu was brought over. Zhou Zhou handed the blueprint to the other party. Elder Zhao, I'll give you this building blueprint. After the Diamond Elementary Grade Aurora Tower is completed, you can build another one for the Aurora Kingdom. Then, you can start building this building. Zhou Zhou said. He was not in a hurry to build the Triumphal Arch with the blessing of the War God. Moreover, he had already promised Li Yi and had a good relationship with the Aurora Kingdom. He did not want to be a treacherous person. Even though Li Yi might not say anything even if he built the Triumphal Arch first, Zhou Zhou did not want to leave the impression that he had not kept his promise. Reputation was still very important to him as a lord. Yes, my lord. Zhao Changshu said respectfully. After saying that, he could not help but look at the blueprint again. His heart trembled. It was actually another race-building blueprint. Then, he was overjoyed. As a master in the construction field, he naturally liked to build difficult buildings. His architect level would definitely increase again when he built this Triumphal Arch. Zhou Zhou knew what Elder Zhao was thinking from his expression. He smiled and asked Zhao Changshu to bring the blueprint back. Zhou Zhou asked Aaliyah to return to her room after he left. Then, he took out his Lord Talent crystal fragment and prepared to upgrade his Lord Talent. Chapter 243 White Silver Tear Insight Defection. White Silver Tear returned to the city. Zhou Zhou first took out all his Lord Talent crystal fragments. There were a total of 74 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 796 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 3 Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 14 White Platinum Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 10 Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. 2 Legendary Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Zhou smiled. Even though the people brought by the Night Lord today had caused him some trouble, however, if not for them, he would not have been able to obtain so many Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Isn't it good to live well? Must you come up here to have a death wish and give me treasures? He sighed. Then, Zhou stopped thinking and began to upgrade his Lord Talent. He first fused 790 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments into 79 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals. Just as he was about to take the next step, he was stunned. Fuck. It's actually not enough to upgrade the War God's Blessing. Zhou was dumbfounded. When he obtained the 702 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments previously, he subconsciously thought that he would definitely be able to upgrade this Lord Talent with so many Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. He reacted now that he saw the number. It was impossible to fuse a yellow gold tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. The corners of Zhou's mouth twitched. Even though he was helpless, he could only fuse 20 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals first and obtain 2 White Silver Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals. Then, he could upgrade his Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent, return to the city and Insight Defection. A text notification appeared. As you have 3 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talents, Gnome Alchemy Workshop, Insight Defection, and return to the city, please choose 2 to upgrade. I choose to update Insight Defection and return to the city. Zhou said. The Gnome Alchemy Workshop could satisfy his needs for the time being. There was no hurry to upgrade. Lord Talent has been chosen. Upgrading in progress, the next second. He felt a strong warm feeling appear between his eyebrows again. Moreover, the feeling this time was far more obvious than the previous 2 upgrades to the Lord Talent. A moment later. The warmth faded. A new text notification appeared. Lord Talent upgrade successful. Congratulations, your Black Iron Tier Lord Talent, Insight Defection, has been upgraded to Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent, Insight Defection. Congratulations, your Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent, Return to the City, has been upgraded to White Silver Tier Lord Talent, Return to the City. Your Mythical Tier Lord Talent effect is as follows: Lord Talent, Insight Defection, White Silver Tier, Insight Defection, a Lord's exclusive talent. When you fight the enemy Lord's faction head-on, you can activate the Insight Defection talent and incite 8% of the enemy Lord's faction to become your loyal subordinate. Lord Talent Hint 1. The minimum number of enemies for Insight Defection is 1 unit, and the maximum number of enemies for Insight Defection is 100,000 units. The loyalty of the enemies after Insight Defection is at least 85 points. Lord Talent Hint 2. Currently, the upper limit of the Lord faction level that you can induce Insight Defection is Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade Lord Faction. This upper limit can grow. Lord Talent Hint 3. This talent can only be activated once a day. Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The increase in Insight Defection, which had been promoted to a White Silver Tier Lord Talent, was quite obvious. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, the highest increase was naturally from the original 5% Insight Defection ratio to the 8% Insight Defection ratio. Secondly, the upper limit of the number of enemies in the Insight Defection had also increased from 30,000 units to 100,000 units. The lowest loyalty of the enemies after the Insight Defection had also increased to 85 points. Finally, the upper limit of the Lord faction that could induce Insight Defection had also increased from the Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade to Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade. I didn't level it up in vain. Zhou nodded and looked at the upgraded Return to the City. Lord Talent, Return to the City, White Silver Tier, Return to the City. No matter where you are, you will immediately return to your territory and recover 60% of your physical state in the next 10 seconds, 3 seconds after chanting the designated password. You can also specify 1,000 life forms or 1,000 units of supplies to return to your territory together. If the specified person is a life form, it will recover 30% of its physical state in the next hour. Lord Talent hint, this talent can be activated twice a day. Zhou Zhou was also very satisfied with its improvement. Other than the number of times he could use the white silver tier return to the city, his other abilities had increased. In the future, the white silver tier Lord Talent, return to the city, could play an even more important role by returning to help in time. Then, he put away the remaining Lord Talent crystal fragments and the Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. An hour later. Outside Blazing Sun City. 50,000 Blazing Sun Army soldiers were gathered here. Above their heads floated a black disc-like spaceship. This spaceship was about 500 meters in diameter. Even though it was not as big as the previous Ranger and was only a third of its size, it still gave the soldiers on the ground a feeling that it covered the sky. All the soldiers, including Bai Yun, Wuxia, and even Nazario, who had the inheritance of the dragon race, looked up at the spaceship in shock and novelty. Everyone, stand under the black ghost in order and wait for the spaceship to collect you. Don't panic. Pay attention to the neat formation and maintain order. Teams of soldiers in charge of patrolling shouted. The soldiers arrived under the black ghost under the order. Then, they saw a light released from the center below the spaceship and illuminate the soldiers. Then, these soldiers suddenly disappeared in the light and appeared in the interior of the black ghost. Groups of soldiers boarded the black ghost. A moment later. Only Zhou Zhou and Bai Yun were left outside the spaceship. My lord, let's get on the spaceship first. Bai Yun said respectfully. Let's get on the ship. Zhou Zhou nodded and called for Bai Yun to come under the spaceship. After a flash of light, when Zhou Zhou and Bai Yun could see their surroundings again, they had already appeared in the black ghost. My lord. The room you're in now belongs to the captain's room. Here, you can instruct Wuxia to do whatever you want within your authority. Wuxia will serve you at any time. Wuxia's voice sounded in Zhou Zhou's heart. What's the upper limit of my authority? Are there any restrictions? Zhou Zhou asked. The upper limit of your authority is unlimited. All of your orders are not restricted within Wuxia's ability. Wuxia said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at his surroundings. After looking at it for a moment, he could not help but click his tongue in wonder. This very spacious captain's cabin not only occupied a very large area, it was also the size of a football field. Moreover, its internal facilities were complete, such as a bathroom, study, kitchen, bedroom, dining room, life detection and anti-reconnaissance radar room, driver's cabin, and energy room. There were even a cultivation room, a gym, a projection room, a meditation room, an entertainment room, and other rooms that were unrelated to the function of the spaceship. The folding space technology is also used here, right? Zhou Zhou looked around and said. Chapter 244 The Speed of Black Ghost. First meeting with the Sandstorm Forbidden Land. Zhou Zhou looked at the vast captain's cabin. This captain's room alone would occupy a quarter of the entire Black Ghost without spatial folding technology. Yes. The entire captain's cabin only takes up 1,000th of the entire hull space volume because of the spatial folding technology. Making full use of the space inside the ship and ensuring sufficient energy. The Black Ghost can accommodate 200,000 human life forms for a year. A large virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Zhou when Wuxia finished speaking. The virtual screen was divided into 10 divisions. Each division had 5,000 Blazing Sun Army soldiers inside. He could clearly see their expressions through the virtual screen. He could clearly feel their surprise towards Black Ghost. Zhou Zhou nodded inwardly. My lord. Where are we going? Wuxia asked. White Silver Tier Region Territory, Dust Wasteland. After saying that, Zhou Zhou handed the area map to Wuxia and asked her to make a copy and store it in her data center. Previously, they had withdrawn halfway and stopped attacking the White Silver Tier regional territory of Dust Wasteland because of the Night Lord's surprise attack. Now that the trouble had been resolved, he naturally had to continue his previous journey. "Yes, my lord," Wuxia said respectfully. "Let's go now," Zhou Zhou said. As soon as he finished speaking, lines of text appeared in front of him on the virtual screen. "As you command. Black Ghost is setting sail. The destination of this journey is White Silver Tier region territory, Dust Wasteland. Distance, about 174 kilometers. Time required, 2 minutes 24 seconds. My lord, please wait patiently." Zhou Zhou did not pay much attention to the first half of the sentence. However, when he heard that the time required was only more than 2 minutes, he was immediately shocked. "How many minutes will it take?" he immediately asked. 2 minutes and 24 seconds. This error will not exceed 0.01. Wuxia said. "Oh my God." Zhou Zhou could not help but click his tongue. Without the help of external forces, such as Wu Xin's military formation or other treasures and skills, his Blazing Sun army would take 2 hours to go from Blazing Sun City to the edge of the withered forest plains. On the other hand, Black Ghost only needed more than 2 minutes. This efficiency increased by a total of 60 times. So this was a bronze-tier advanced-grade spaceship. Zhou Zhou expressed his love. "Depart," he said. "Yes." As the spaceship set off, Zhou Zhou could not help but fantasize about the future where his efficiency in conquering regional territories would double with the help of the Black Ghost. At this moment, he suddenly transmitted a message from afar. "Have Jingfugue and the others arrived at the Sandstorm Forbidden Land?" Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. "Wuxia. Call me when you get there. I have something else to do," he said. "Yes, my lord," Wuxia said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and closed his eyes. His consciousness appeared on the Blood Bat avatar more than 300 kilometers away. Green Bronze Tier Calamity Forbidden Land, Sandstorm Forbidden Land. A caravan of 51 people and 30 carriages was standing at the edge of the Sandstorm Forbidden Land. It was the mysterious caravan led by Jingfugue and the accompanying archaeologist, Gu Bo. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. At this moment, they were all respectfully surrounding a blood bat standing on the carriage with its eyes closed. They were quiet, their expressions solemn and respectful. Coupled with their mysterious clothes that were like the starry sky, it was as if they were welcoming the relocation of an astral world evil god. Soon, the blood bat with its eyes closed opened them. "Greetings, my lord," everyone said in unison. "Good work." The blood bat nodded. It was Zhou Zhou, who had just transmitted his consciousness. This was not the first time he had controlled a blood bat, so he quickly adapted to his current state. Then, he looked around and his gaze quickly landed on the sandstorm not far away. More than 1,000 meters away. Yellow tornadoes were constantly entangling, gathering, colliding, and splitting. There were countless of them. At a glance, Zhou Zhou seemed to see a doomsday world formed by a tornado and sandstorm. The wind howled endlessly. The ear-piercing and sharp sound of the wind even made Zhou Zhou's eardrums ache. Even though this was only the eardrums of the blood bat avatar, it made Zhou Zhou realize that the Sandstorm Forbidden Land was not ordinary. As expected of a natural disaster forbidden area. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. How do we get in? The blood bat looked at Jingfugue. My lord. Please follow us. Also, before entering, I need to disguise the two of you. Jingfugue's voice was low, like a god speaking in the starry sky. He was no longer as honest and kind as before. Blood Bat and Gu Bo looked at each other and nodded. Zheng Fugui stretched out his right hand that was formed by the starry sky and waved it gently at the two of them, seeing this. Then, he saw, a caravan uniform identical to the one on the mysterious caravan gradually appeared on the bodies of the Blood Bats and Gu Bo. It was just that the size was different. You can enter this way and you don't have to worry about the King of Undead wondering about the true identities of the Lord and Gu Bo. Zheng Fugui chuckled. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, Zheng Fugui led everyone in the carriage towards the sandstorm forbidden land without hesitation. When they got closer, everyone suddenly seemed to have passed through a water wall and walked straight into the sandstorm forbidden land. Below the sandstorm forbidden land, in a dilapidated ancient ruin, there were many collapsed buildings, the corpses of life forms, and various products that had long become rotten. Among these were some damaged old murals carved on a yellow wall, which was especially eye-catching. At this moment, in the air, Zheng Fugui, Zhou Zhou, and the others walked out of the ripple one after another as a ripple spread out. It feels a little similar to spatial teleportation, but it's also a little different. Zhou Zhou thought. My lord, we used our mysterious caravan's unlimited rite of passage to enter this place directly. Next, we just have to pass through that spatial teleportation array and teleport underground. Then, we can see the undead couple. Zheng Fugui said directly to a spatial teleportation array not far away that emitted a faint silver light. Zhou Zhou looked at the spatial teleportation array and nodded. He was about to bring people to the spatial teleportation array. At this moment, he suddenly saw Gu Bo lying on the wall, looking at the mural in front of him in surprise. Did Elder Gu find anything? Zhou Zhou temporarily dispelled the idea of setting off immediately and came to his side to ask politely. It's not a big discovery. But I roughly know their origins if there's really an undead kingdom below. Gu Bo said. Pray tell. Zhou Zhou was interested. In any case, he was not in a hurry, so there was no harm in listening. As the saying goes, if you know both your enemies and yourself well, you will not be defeated in 100 battles. Then, Gu Bo began to tell Zhou Zhou. Chapter 245 Kingdom of Eternal Silence. The Secret Hero Inheritance Manual that can be dropped. My lord, you should still remember what I told you last time about the 5 generations of kingdoms ruling under our feet, right? Gu Bo asked. I remember. Ever since the rise and destruction of the Sand Empire more than 8,000 years ago, this land under our feet has experienced another 4 generations of kingdoms. The latest kingdom is the Aurora Kingdom, which borders our territory. Blood Bat said. Its voice was a little sharp. Gu Bo nodded and pointed at the murals. This mural describes the history of 2 ancient kingdoms that have ceased to exist. One of them is called the Violent Storm Kingdom, and the other is called the Ancient Gold Kingdom. If the 4 kingdom eras after the Emperor of Sand are called the 4 kingdom eras, then the era they belong to is the 2nd generation of kingdoms after the Sand Empire. They were about 3,000 to about 4 years ago. It doesn't say much else. The content on this mural roughly describes that these 2 kingdoms were mortal enemies in that era. The content on this mural roughly describes that these 2 kingdoms were mortal enemies in that era. The Prince of the Violent Storm Kingdom and the Princess of the Ancient Gold Kingdom developed feelings for each other because they fought many times on the battlefield. The 2 of them were already tired of war, so they wanted to use a union between them to resolve the hatred between the 2 countries. But the enmity between the 2 countries is already deep. How can a man and woman in love resolve it? That's not all. The union of the 2 was also strongly opposed by the higher-ups of both countries. Eventually, this pair of prince and princess stabbed each other to death with their swords and died for love together. But to the 2 countries' surprise, after they died, their souls became powerful vengeful spirits. This pair of vengeful spirits destroyed the violent Storm Kingdom and the ancient Gold Kingdom and turned the dead citizens of the two countries into their undead citizens. After that, the vengeful spirit couple who destroyed two kingdoms woke up to their senses. After they saw this scene, they finally decided to seal themselves and all the undead citizens deep in the ground and use storm magic to transform the area where the sealed place was into a natural disaster forbidden area in order to save themselves and not let these undead hurt others. This is the origin of this sandstorm forbidden land. As for the vengeful spirit couple, they are the king of eternal silence and the queen of eternal silence. Zhou Zhou and the surrounding people fell silent. The blood bat sighed softly. Zhou Zhou did not expect this. These undead creatures actually had such a sad story. According to the ancient books. After the violent Storm Kingdom and the ancient Gold Kingdom were destroyed by two nameless powerful vengeful spirits, they disappeared without a trace. Even their corpses disappeared. This has even become an unsolved historical mystery. I didn't expect the real reason to be like this. Gu Bo also sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, an energy fluctuation appeared in his body before disappearing. The blood bat was stunned. Then, he opened his personal information and realized that the other party's archaeologist level had increased from the previous white silver tier elementary grade to white silver tier advanced grade. He was a little tongue-tied and there was nothing much to say. This was what life professions were like. It was different from combat professions that needed to accumulate promotion energy bit by bit. Once a life profession made a breakthrough in innovation, it was very likely to increase by more than one grade. It was normal to increase by a few grades. As an archaeologist, Zhou Zhou even felt that it was too little for Elder Gu to crack an unsolved historical mystery and raise it by 2 grades. That was indeed the case. After a moment of silence, Gu Bo smiled at the blood bat. If I publish the historical answer here, I'm afraid I'll directly be promoted to a yellow gold tier or even white platinum tier archaeologist. Are you going to publish it? Blood bat asked. I'm not going to publish it. If the truth is really as the murals say, I'm afraid this place will be in chaos if I announce the truth about this place. Gu Bo shook his head. The blood bat nodded. There were not only the undeads of the 2 kingdoms here. It also had all the wealth accumulated by the 2 kingdoms. Just as old Gu had said, if the others knew the truth of this place would indeed be in chaos. Even his territory might suffer. Moreover, he wished that these 2 kingdoms would never come out. Otherwise, he would be the first to suffer if they had any bad intentions after coming out, since his territory was connected to this place. He was a small faction that was not even a kingdom. He could probably not resist in front of these 2 big shots who could even destroy 2 kingdoms. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Then, he did not say anything about keeping it a secret. Elder Zheng. Don't sell the matter here as information. The blood bat flew to Zheng Fugui's shoulder and smiled. Yes, my lord. Zheng Fugue said respectfully. Blood bat nodded. Then, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, how did you get in if this place was sealed? Is it also because of the unlimited rite of passage? Blood bat asked. Yes, my lord. As long as it's a secret faction that our mysterious caravan knows about and its faction level is below the kingdom level. No matter how secretive it is, we have the right to enter and conduct business. But it's only limited to doing business. It can't do anything else. Zheng Fugue said. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. Even though there were some restrictions, this unlimited rite of passage still felt ridiculously strong. My lord, Mr. Gu, we can talk about these things outside the seal. But if you enter the spatial teleportation array, it's equivalent to entering the sealed kingdom of eternal silence. We have to be careful when the time comes. Otherwise, the identity of the Lord and Mr. Gu might be seen through. Even though they might not do anything because of our status, there might be accidents. Zheng Fugui said seriously. The blood bat and Gu Bo nodded. The two of them, especially Zhou Zhou, could naturally feel Zheng Fugui's sincere concern and care. After that, everyone did not say anything else and walked into the spatial teleportation array. Eternal Silence Kingdom. After Zhou Zhou saw his surroundings again, he realized that he had arrived at a dead city. In this city, tailor shop, blacksmith shop, carpenter shop, grocery store, jewelry shop. There were all kinds of buildings. Moreover, they were all functional blueprint buildings, not self-built buildings. However, even though the buildings were complete, there was no one alive here, and the aura of the undead was extremely strong. The dim green light illuminated the city, and coupled with the dead atmosphere, it made this place look a little eerie and terrifying. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. His sixth sense was astonishing, he could sense that a large number of undead creatures were sleeping in these buildings. Tap, tap, tap. A pair of undead knights wrapped in black undead aura galloped over on undead warhorses. After coming close, leading undead knight jumped down from his horse and walked in front of Zheng Fugui. Welcome to the Eternal Silence Kingdom. His Majesty and the Queen have been waiting in the palace for a long time. Please follow me. His voice was hoarse. Zheng Fugui nodded slightly and did not speak, looking unfathomable. However, the other party liked this very much. He looked at Zheng Fugui and the mysterious caravan members behind him in awe. Then, he led Zheng Fugui and the others towards the palace. Zhou Zhou originally wanted to investigate the other party's attribute information. But he thought of what Luobu had said to him before and held back. My lord, if you want to understand his information, you can check it directly. The mysterious caravan uniforms on you and Mr. Gu Bo are not just ordinary clothes. Even the vengeful spirit couple won't be able to discover that. Zheng Fugui seemed to have sensed what Zhou Zhou wanted to do and sent a mental message. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised when he heard this. Then, he immediately looked at the undead knight. Monster name, faceplate, hero unit, regional Scarlet Lord, hero title, 100 Death Cavalry General, position, extraordinary tier heroes fate level, territory, Kingdom of Eternal Silence, strength level, epic tier elementary grade, monster description, the former second general of the Violent Storm Kingdom, one of the 4 heroes under the command of the King of Eternal Silence. He is powerful and has outstanding battle records. He is deeply trusted by the King of Eternal Silence. Loots, 20 epic tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 epic tier elementary grade hero skill, undead body of 100 deaths, 300 origin crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 epic tier elementary grade skill book, summoning undead knights, drop rate, 3%, 1 epic tier elementary grade treasure, death fog, 1 epic tier elementary grade army formation, summoning storm spirit king, 1 extraordinary grade hero inheritance secret manual, drop rate, 0.001%, 8 black iron tier lord talent crystal. Fragments, drop rate, 0%, Zhou Zhou could not help but be shocked after reading it. On the one hand, he was shocked that the other party was actually an extraordinary tier hero. On the other hand, he was shocked that the secret hero inheritance manual could actually be dropped by killing heroes. Chapter 246 The King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence. Shocked Zhou Zhou had always thought that this could only be dropped through a special dungeon like the Time Ruins. He did not expect it to be dropped in reality. It was just that the probability was infinitely equal to 0. But was this a problem for him? No matter what the probability was, he could make it drop 100%. Which means a hero that others can't get. As long as I can find other heroes and kill them, I can obtain their hero inheritance and add another hero to my faction. Zhou Zhou could not help but be overjoyed when he thought of this. How many heroes were there? It could be said to be one of the important indicators to measure the strength of a lord. Since he could increase the number of heroes on his side by hunting heroes, then he could completely max out in this aspect. Other kingdoms such as the Aurora Kingdom might only have 3 or 4 heroes. With his King of Loot's Lord Talent, the number of heroes in his kingdom might have reached 10 or even more after his territory was upgraded to a kingdom. The significance of using this to increase the strength of the territory was naturally self-evident. He suppressed his excitement and followed the other party to the entrance of the palace. However, it was only an ancient ruin of the palace. It was just cleaned up very nicely. Even though he could still see its former glory, it was no longer the same as before after thousands of years. After everyone entered the palace, they quickly arrived at a hall called the Eternal Silence Hall. A vengeful spirit couple in black royal robes was sitting high in the hall. Zhou looked over. Monster name, Shuadan, Hero Unit, Kingdom Level Crimson Kingdom, Hero Title, King of Eternal Silence, Position, High God Tier Heroes Fate Level, Territory, Kingdom of Eternal Silence, Strength Level, Legendary Tier Advanced Grade, Monster Description. The original prince of the Violent Storm Kingdom committed suicide because he was in love with the princess of an enemy country. Later, both of them turned into vengeful spirits and destroyed their kingdom. He became the King of Eternal Silence over thousands of years. Loots, 100 Legendary Tier Mist Cores, Drop Rate, 100%, 1 Legendary Tier Advanced Grade Hero Skill, Eternal Loneliness Kingdom, 1 Legendary Tier Advanced Grade Hero Skill, Violent Storm Territory, 1000 Origin Crystals, Drop Rate, 100%, 1 Legendary Tier Advanced Grade Equipment, Eternal Silence Scepter, Drop Rate, 3%, 1 Legendary Tier Advanced Grade Equipment, Eternal Silence King Armor, Drop Rate, 3%, 1 Legendary Tier Advanced Grade Skill Book, Summon Sandstorm Tornado, 1 High God Tier Advanced Grade Hero Inheritance Secret Manual, Drop Rate, 0.00001%, 1 Epic Tier Lord Talent Sphere, Drop Rate, 0%, 6 Legendary Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Drop Rate, 0%, Monster Name, Shuadan, Hero Unit, Kingdom Level Crimson Kingdom, Hero Title, Queen of Eternal Silence, Position, High God Tier Heroes Fate Level, Territory, Kingdom of Eternal Silence, Strength Level, Legendary Tier Advanced Grade, Monster Description. The original princess of the ancient Gold Kingdom committed suicide because she was in love with the prince of an enemy country. Later, both of them turned into vengeful spirits and destroyed their kingdom. For thousands of years, she became the Queen of Eternal Silence who accompanied the King of Eternal Silence. Loots, 100 Legendary Tier Mist Cores, Drop Rate, 100%, 1 Legendary Tier Advanced Grade Hero Skill, Eternal Kingdom, 1 Legendary Tier Advanced Grade Hero Skill, Ancient Gold Soldier Armor, 1000 Origin Crystals, Drop Rate, 100%, 1 Legendary Tier Advanced Grade Equipment, Eternal Silence Heart, Drop Rate, 3%, 1 Legendary Tier Advanced Grade Skill Book, Golden Dawn Fall, Drop Rate, 3%, 1 Legendary Tier Advanced Grade Skill Book, Meteor Destruction, 1 High God Tier Advanced Grade Hero Inheritance Secret Manual, Drop Rate, 0.00001%, 1 Diamond Tier Lord Talent Sphere, Drop Rate, 0%, 3 Diamond Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Drop Rate, 0%, Zhou clicked his tongue. The King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence were actually 2 High God Tier heroes with the Legendary Tier Advanced Grade Destiny. If not for the fact that they lived underground, they would probably be able to be promoted to being lords of an empire if they developed some more. Everyone, please take a seat. The King of Eternal Silence said. His voice was unexpectedly gentle. He quickly discovered that there were 2 more existences in the mysterious caravan this time. Moreover, one of them actually had a different physique from other mysterious merchants. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. He was puzzled, but he did not pay much attention to it. The name of the mysterious caravan resounded throughout the entire high continent and even the endless heavens. The common agreement that all living beings acknowledged about them was, the mysterious caravan only engaged in trading. They would never hurt the person they were dealing with unless they took the initiative to provoke them. Therefore, he was very at ease with Zheng Fugue and the others. Last time, we couldn't reach a deal because we weren't ready. We have to trade our worth this time. I wonder what goods you brought here for us to trade this time. The Eternal Silence Queen said. Other than gentleness, her tone was also filled with curiosity. This was their first time trading with the legendary mysterious caravan. They also wanted to see what kind of goods the mysterious caravan would sell them. Zheng Fugue did not say anything and looked at the blood bat. The King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence were also slightly shocked and surprised when they saw this scene. No wonder there were 2 more people this time. So the owner of the transaction had come personally. I heard that your country has a temple dedicated to Thanatos, the god of death. Blood Bat's voice was sharp. Of course. Any undead faction will worship Thanatos, the god of death. Let alone a kingdom of the undead like ours. The King of Eternal Silence said matter-of-factly. He felt a little strange. He did not know why the other party suddenly asked about matters of such common sense. Caw. Then you should be interested in the things I brought with me. The blood bat's figure was enveloped in the starry sky robe, and he could not see what was inside. The King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence looked at him curiously. Then, the other party spat out a spatial ring. Immediately after, the spatial ring flashed with light. The next second, a total of 1,000 fanatic believer faith divine crystals flew out and floated quietly in the air. This was a white silver tier intermediate grade skill called Object Control. It was obtained from the loot of an elemental monster called the Hanging Stone Spirit when Zhou Zhou conquered the territory. Even though it did not have many offensive abilities, it was very practical in life. That was what he was using now. When the King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence saw the 1,000 fanatic believer faith divine crystals, they immediately stood up uncontrollably. They were dumbfounded and only had one thought in their minds. Which ambitious guy slaughtered so many fanatic believers under the gods to obtain so many fanatic believer faith divine crystals? What is happening outside? Could it be that there is a huge battle between the gods? Hundreds of thousands of believers would have to die to obtain so many fanatic believer faith divine crystals, right? The King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence thought of the meaning behind these things. They were immediately shocked. Only the sharp voice of the blood bat could be heard. I wonder what you can offer to trade with me for these 1,000 fanatic believer faith divine crystals. Chapter 247 5 Treasures. 1. The King of Eternal Silence exchanged glances with the Queen of Eternal Silence, then he sat down and shook his head with a bitter smile. Honorable guest, you really think highly of me. How can we have any treasures to trade for fanatic believer faith divine crystals? Let alone 1,000 of them. The King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence looked at the 1,000 fanatic believer faith divine crystals with desire in their eyes. Just as Zhou Zhou had said. They naturally wanted these 1,000 fanatic believer faith divine crystals. One had to know that even God spirits cherished their Holy Spirit tier believers. So much so that they were willing to fight other gods there his Holy Spirit tier believers were injured. Why? Because believers were the most important source of power of faith for the God spirits, the power of faith that every Holy Spirit tier believer could provide to the gods was extremely huge. The power of faith created every day by a Holy Spirit tier believer was even comparable to the total power of faith provided by tens of millions of shallow believers every day. Not only that. Holy Spirit tier believers were the purest existence of faith. Not only could they cast the strongest divine arts given by the God Spirit, they could even be used as a medium for gods to walk the mortal world when necessary. Through this method, they created miracles and spread the grace of God to complete their goal of spreading their faith. From there, they could make their deity position more stable and even obtain the possibility of advancement. It could be said that the Holy Spirit was one of the most important ways for God's spirits to become stronger by collecting the power of faith. Fanatic believers were second only to the Holy Spirit tier, and they had the possibility of advancing to the Holy Spirit level at any time. It could be said that every fanatic believer was a seed of the Holy Spirit. Such pure faith also meant that their faith divine crystals could provide an extremely huge and pure power of faith. The King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence had served Thanatos for many years. As legendary tier powerhouses, they naturally knew that their god yearned for this pure power of faith the most. They would definitely obtain the favor of their god if they could give these 1,000 fanatic believer faith divine crystals to their god spirit. They might even be bestowed with a divine artifact. These two legendary tier powerhouses had been silent for thousands of years, but even so, their hearts could not help but become restless facing this divine grace. However, they had their own difficulties. The first was that they could not afford it. That's right. They really could not afford it. Even though they were an existence that was on the verge of becoming an empire, however, they had never gone out to fight after all. As a result, they had never obtained a mythical tier treasure. In their hearts, only mythical tier treasures could buy these 1,000 faith divine crystals. The value of these things far exceeded Zhou's imagination. This was a miraculous gain that could only be made by a mythical tier unique Lord Talent plus a white platinum tier Lord Talent after all. Even the Supreme Will, who created the Lord Talent, probably did not expect that such a bug combination could be born from the countless Lord Talents he created. There was another reason. That was, they did not dare to buy them. In their eyes, the karma behind 1,000 fanatic believer faith divine crystals was too great. Even though they were hidden very deeply and almost no one in the high continent knew of their existence, they did not dare to buy these faith divine crystals. Zhou naturally did not know what these two majesties were thinking. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the two of them say that. Actually, even though he had obtained many loots, there were not many that were valuable to legendary tier existences. Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals, Death Immunity Scrolls, or Battle Campaign Resurrection Tokens were fine. However, Zhou was definitely unwilling to trade them. After thinking about it, he thought of what Zheng Fugui had once told him about the existence of the God of Death's temple in the Kingdom of Eternal Silence. He felt that the faith divine crystal might be used to trade. Therefore, he took it out and tried it. He did not expect it to really work. Moreover, judging from their reactions, this thing seemed to be quite valuable and did not embarrass the mysterious caravan. Thinking of this, he immediately became confident. Why don't you take out what you can offer to determine the affordability? Even if you can't buy 1,000, you can maybe buy dozens or hundreds of them. Bloodbat's voice was sharp. The King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence looked at each other when they heard this. Then, their eyes became firm. They agreed and got someone to bring the treasures up. Then, Zhou and the others saw 5 beautiful vampires with graceful figures walking up with 5 treasures in their hands. Then, they lifted the red cloth on them, revealing the treasures below. These 5 treasures are treasures that our Kingdom of Eternal Silence has preserved for many years. Only these treasures are worthy of buying these precious faith divine crystals. The King of Eternal Silence said sincerely. The corners of Zheng Fugui and the other mysterious merchants' mouths twitched a few times. Even Zhou and Gu Bo had strange expressions. What kind of business dealing is this? First you praised how precious the other party's goods were. Don't you want to bargain next? Isn't it obvious that he wanted us to rip him off? However, when they thought of the other party's background, they suddenly understood. Well, this pair of prince and princess had been buried underground for thousands of years and had never come into contact with commoners for transactions. It was understandable that they acted so innocently. Next, let me introduce these 5 treasures. The King of Eternal Silence walked down from the throne and came to the first treasure. It was a 2-meter-tall dark blue egg. This is the dragon egg of a spectral dragon. When we first obtained it, the aura inside was about to disappear. If we hadn't placed it in the deepest underground area of the Kingdom of Eternal Silence and been nurtured by the rich undead aura here for thousands of years, it might have completely become a dead egg. And now, it has been perfectly nurtured. As long as a soul contract is signed with it, this spectral dragon will be born and will recognize the person who signed the soul contract as its master. We will gift you a soul contract along with it. The King of Eternal Silence said. Zhou Zhou's body immediately trembled. A spectral dragon egg? It is not a spectral dragon transformed from a dead dragon. Wouldn't that make this a natural spectral dragon? This would be a pure-blooded dragon comparable to Nazario. Nazario's contribution to his territory went without saying. A pure-blooded dragon was already so strong. What about having 2 of them? Zhou Zhou immediately made up his mind to obtain this spectral dragon egg. Even though he was excited, no one could tell his reaction under the starry sky divine robe. When the King of Eternal Silence saw that Zhou Zhou did not react, he coughed awkwardly. These guys don't even fancy a pure-blooded dragon. What? They are the mysterious caravan. Oh, right, forget it. The King of Eternal Silence's expression did not change as he came to the second treasure. It was a class change certificate and a recruitment book. Kingdom-level combat profession, Violent Storm Spirit. It's an advanced combat profession, the Storm Mage. This is its recruitment letter and class change certificate. The King of Eternal Silence had a complicated expression. It comes from a monster from the ancient Violent Storm Kingdom. It's a powerful wind element spellcaster profession. It has an extremely destructive casting ability and an elementalization ability that makes it immune to physical attacks. Do you only have this one book? The Blood Bat asked. Of course not. His expression gradually returned to normal as he said seriously, the Violent Storm Spirit is a special profession in our Kingdom of Eternal Silence. Other than the violent storm spirits that were rumored to be in the elemental world, the only other place you can find this class change certificate in the entire High Continent is our Eternal Silence Kingdom. That's why I'm prepared to trade the right to trade for this specialty profession. Chapter 248 5 Treasures. 2. Our mysterious caravan won't stay in one place, nor will we have any fixed trading partners. We're not interested in the trading rights you mentioned. The Blood Bat said. The King of Eternal Silence fell silent. True. He had indeed never heard of a mysterious caravan having a fixed trading partner. Even though his Violent Storm Spirit profession was precious, he seemed to have taken it for granted. He sighed and was about to introduce the next treasure when he heard the Blood Bat speak again. Even though we're not interested in your trading rights. However, I'm a little interested in monsters that can drop the Violent Storm Spirit recruitment book and the Violent Storm Spirit class change certificate. I want to buy them. How about that? The Blood Bat said. The King of Eternal Silence was stunned when he heard this. Then, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He was not stupid. Therefore, he immediately had a guess when he heard this. This mysterious merchant probably had the ability to mass-produce monsters. Which meant, if he really handed that monster to the other party, it was very likely that the kingdom-level combat profession's Violent Storm Spirits would not be his alone. He was silent for a moment, then nodded. Sure. A relieved smile appeared on the King of Eternal Silence's face. Some things could be buried but some things should continue to be passed down. The Queen of Eternal Silence was stunned when she saw her husband say yes. Then, she seemed to understand something and a gentle smile appeared on her face. When Zhou Zhou heard the King of Eternal Silence's words, he was slightly surprised. However, it was a good thing that they agreed. He didn't think too much about it and was looking forward to it. He could have a fixed kingdom-level combat profession in his territory. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. He remembered that the Storm Lord of the Sun Extermination Society's profession seemed to be a storm mage. Could it be that the Storm Lord's storm mage profession came from here? He felt that the possibility was very high. Then, he stopped thinking about it. The Storm Lord was already dead. There was nothing he could do about it. At this moment, the King of Eternal Silence came to the third treasure. It was a token that Zhou had just seen. It was an extraordinary tier advanced grade kingdom token. This is a kingdom token. With it, you can establish a kingdom after completing the other two conditions for establishing a kingdom. When the King of Eternal Silence introduced this kingdom token, his expression was more complicated. Even though this kingdom token was the least valuable of the 5 treasures, it was the most meaningful to him. This was the kingdom token of his ancestors, the Violent Storm Kingdom. The Blood Bat said nothing. Seeing this, the King of Eternal Silence came to the 4th treasure. It was a fist-sized blood wolf totem. This is an extraordinary tier intermediate grade treasure of the military formation. It's called the Greedy Wolf Totem. It has a military formation called the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array engraved inside. The person who masters this array can summon a creature called the Greedy Wolf by gathering the essence, energy, and spirit of the professionals. This Greedy Wolf avatar can directly attack the enemy. It can be said to be peerless on the battlefield. Moreover, the more professionals there are in the military formation, the stronger the Greedy Wolf avatar will be. It can condense an extraordinary tier intermediate grade Greedy Wolf avatar at best. I obtained this treasure from an outer realm life form in the past. I kept it because it has the ability to defeat the strong even if we are weak. The King of Eternal Silence said. Zhou contemplated. The name Greedy Wolf seemed to be used only by the immortal Dao civilization. Could the outer realm life form that he mentioned be life forms from the immortal realm or from the immortal Dao civilization? At this moment, the King of Eternal Silence also came to the 5th treasure. It was a golden bag. This is a strange treasure. The King of Eternal Silence said. Strange treasure. Zhou's heart stirred. This was the first time he had heard of the concept of a strange treasure. Zheng Fugue seemed to have seen through Zhou's doubts and sent a voice transmission. They don't have a specific grade, and most of them don't increase the user's combat ability, but they have all kinds of strange and unique functions. That's why they're called strange treasures. Zhou came to a realization. At this moment, the King of Eternal Silence also introduced it. This strange treasure is called the Heavenly Mist Treasure Bag. It only has one function. That's converting the mist core. It can transform a low-level mist core into a high-level mist core, or a high-level mist core into a low-level mist core. For example, put 10 black iron tier mist cores in the Heavenly Mist Treasure Bag. With the user's will, it can become a green bronze tier mist cores. If you put in 1 green bronze tier mist core, it can also turn into 10 black iron tier mist core according to the user's wishes. Even though it's not very useful. But it's convenient. Moreover, if the user lacks high-quality mist cores, they can completely convert a large number of low-level mist cores to forcefully create the high-quality mist cores they want. But it has a limit. The Heavenly Mist Treasure Bag can transform legendary tier mist cores at best. It can't be converted beyond the legendary tier. The King of Eternal Silence said. Zhou's eyes lit up. The Heavenly Mist Treasure Bag actually had such a function. He happened to need this ability. He sold a large number of goods through the exchange every day and often obtained tens of millions of black iron tier mist cores. Even though these black iron tier mist cores were real, it was very inconvenient to trade them. The quantity was too big after all. It would take a long time to calculate the exchange rates. With the Heavenly Mist Treasure Bag, he did not have to worry about such things. This thing was simply a natural money bag. Not to mention that it could also create the ability of higher-level mist cores. In the future, he would not have to worry about being unable to build higher-level buildings because of the lack of higher-level mist cores. In Zhou Zhou's heart, this thing was even more valuable than the spectral dragon egg. I want all 5 of them. The blood bat calmed down and said calmly. The king of eternal silence was delighted. How about the 800 fanatic believer faith divine crystals? He probed. The blood bat looked at Zheng Fugue. Zheng Fugue immediately understood. 800 is too much. More like 20. As soon as these words were spoken, not only the king of eternal silence and the queen of eternal silence looked over. Even blood bat almost couldn't help but look at him. How ruthless. The king of eternal silence and the queen of eternal silence looked at each other and began to bargain. A moment later. 50, what about only 50 of them? The king of eternal silence gritted his teeth. Zheng Fugue nodded reluctantly. You're lucky, he said. A forced smile appeared on the faces of the king and queen of eternal silence. Then, the king of eternal silence asked the 5 vampires to send all 5 treasures to the blood bats. I'll give this violent storm spirit recruitment letter and class change certificate to this lord. As for the violent storm demon spirit monster, I'll get my subordinate to bring it over later. The king of eternal silence said. The blood bat nodded. Then, he put away the remaining 950 fanatic believer faith divine crystals and the 5 treasures. Chapter 249. The third fragment. The blood bat did not show anything on the surface. However, he was already extremely happy. A mere 50 fanatic believer faith divine crystals could actually exchange for these 5 priceless treasures. Every treasure was a treasure that could make kingdom-level forces go crazy and empire-level forces tempted in the outside world. He actually bought them so easily. He could not help but glance at Zheng Fugue. As expected of the boss of the mysterious merchant. This bargaining ability was indeed ridiculous. In any case, he did not dare to slash like this. Still, the transaction was not over yet. King of eternal silence. I have 2 small deals I want to make. The blood bat suddenly said. The king and queen of eternal silence were stunned. They thought the deal was over. What deal? The king of eternal silence said seriously. To the north of the sandstorm forbidden zone above you, it borders the territory of a lord of all races called Blazing Sun City. Our mysterious caravan once made a deal with him and agreed to help him obtain safe passage in the sandstorm forbidden land so that he and his lord forces can safely pass through the sandstorm forbidden land you set up. Can you accept this deal? The blood bat said. That's simple. After saying that, the king of eternal silence flipped his right hand and took out a blue seal. Then, he handed it to the blood bat. This is a violent storm seal. Use it to stamp anything and come to our storm forbidden land with that item. We will naturally let the people from their lord's faction pass safely. Just give me the amount of faith divine crystals you think it's worth. He said. This matter was nothing to him. The king of eternal silence did not want to appear too greedy in front of these mysterious merchants, lest he attract trouble. Then he'll have to trouble you to take care of them. This is also one of the contents of our deal with the forces of Blazing Sun City. The blood bat said. With that, he controlled 10 fanatic believer faith divine crystals and sent them to the king of eternal silence. The king of eternal silence's eyes flashed. Such a simple transaction actually traded for 10 fanatic believer faith divine crystals. It seemed that this mysterious caravan cared a lot about the deal with the forces of Blazing Sun City. Could it be that the Lord of all races had given up treasures that were comparable to or even more than 10 fanatic believer faith divine crystals? Was that why these mysterious merchants were so concerned? At this moment, The King of Eternal Silence thought about many things. On the surface, he put away the 10 fanatic believer faith divine crystals and nodded seriously. Okay. As long as the forces of Blazing Sun City pass through the sandstorm forbidden area I set up. No matter what kind of enemy they encounter. Our Eternal Silence Kingdom can guarantee the safety of the people from Blazing Sun City as long as it's below the divine level. Sure. The Blood Bat said. Zhou was delighted. With the protection of such a legendary tier advanced grade king and kingdom level faction, even if it was only limited to the interior of the sandstorm forbidden zone, he still had a lot of room to operate and could do some things. For example, he could try attacking the Dark Knight Town, the yellow gold tier Scarlet Lord area south of the sandstorm forbidden zone. In other words, it was the territory of the Crimson Kingdom, the Taiyan Kingdom. The Taiyan Kingdom, a Crimson Kingdom, was near his territory. The war between the two was only a matter of time. Since that was the case, he could completely cause trouble for it during the war between the Taiyan Kingdom and the Aurora Kingdom. Zhou had just had this thought. He was not in a hurry to do it for the time being. It would not be too late to attack Dark Knight Town after he had made a thorough plan. I wonder what the other deal is. The King of Eternal Silence said. The final deal would be related to a piece of equipment. I heard that your country has a fragment of the Emperor of Sand's glory scepter here. Our target is this equipment fragment. The Blood Bat said. The King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence were stunned. Then, they frowned and thought about it. Soon, they were shocked and thought of the fragment of the Emperor of Sand's glory scepter. They looked at the Blood Bat warily. The fragment of the Emperor of Sand's glory scepter was a collection that had existed since the era of the ancient Gold Kingdom. After more than 3,000 years, they had almost forgotten the existence of this item. He did not expect the other party to actually gather information about this equipment fragment and even find this place. What terrifying intelligence-gathering ability! Was this the mysterious merchant? He was both surprised and emotional. I didn't expect you to be interested in that equipment fragment. We've kept it for thousands of years, but we haven't found the secret of why the Emperor of Sand is so powerful from that equipment fragment. The King of Eternal Silence smiled and said. The Emperor of Sand is considered a hero of his generation. The items he left behind are still worth trading. The Blood Bat said. In other words, what you value is the secret of the Emperor of Sand's strength, while our mysterious merchant only values the value of the items left behind by the Emperor of Sand. The King and the Queen of Eternal Silence were not surprised. The mysterious merchant was indeed like this. They did not care whether the items were powerful or not. They only cared if the goods were worth trading. The King of Eternal Silence did not say anything else. He got someone to bring the equipment fragment over and sent them directly to the Blood Bat. Even though this equipment fragment has an extraordinary origin, it's only a fragment. Just give me what you think is worth. The King of Eternal Silence said. The Blood Bat looked at the fragment in front of him. It was different from the previous fragments of a completed staff. It was a fragment of a golden staff with a water-like blue gem at the end. A text notification appeared. Item name, Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter Fragment, Item Level, Special, Item Effect, Sealed, you need to gather all the scepter fragments to unseal it. Item Description, Legendary Tier Advanced Grade Equipment, one of the fragments of the Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter. It contains the mighty power that the Emperor of Sand once possessed. It's the third fragment. I wonder how many fragments I need to fuse to form the complete Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter. Zhou thought to himself. Under the current situation, it was not good for him to take out the other two scepter fragments. He could only put away the fragment of the Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter first and send 5 Faith Divine Crystals to the other party. The King and Queen of Eternal Silence were also very satisfied. 2 goods that were not worth anything to them could actually be exchanged for 15 more Faith Divine Crystals. They felt that they had made a killing. The deal is over. We won't stay any longer. Let's meet again if fate allows. The blood bat said. With that, all the mysterious merchants stood up. The king and queen of eternal silence watched this scene quietly, feeling a little dazed. May I ask? What's it like outside? Do the life forms of the world still remember the existence of the ancient Gold Kingdom and the violent Storm Kingdom? The eternal silence queen suddenly stood up and could not help but ask. Chapter 250 Emperor of Sand's Glory Staff. The blood bat, Zhengfugue, and the others were stunned. When the king of eternal silence saw his wife like this, he pursed his transparent lips. There's been a huge change in the outside world. The Supreme will attracted the lords of all races from the myriad worlds just to fight for the position of the Supreme Lord. The former Lord of the High Continent is no longer the protagonist of the world. The enemy is still the Crimson Overlord. As for the ancient Gold Kingdom and violent Storm Kingdom, they have become words in the history books. Some life forms will remember when they see it. But many have forgotten. The blood bat said. So, the world has actually changed so much after we remained sleeping for more than 3,000 years. The Queen of Eternal Silence muttered. Humph. Nothing has changed. The life forms on the High Continent still live in ubiquitous wars. Our kingdom of eternal silence is the true paradise of peace. The king of eternal silence snorted. Then, he looked at his dazed wife. His cold expression melted and he regained his gentleness. He reached out and shook the Queen of Eternal Silence's transparent hand. The Queen of Eternal Silence came back to her senses. They looked at each other and smiled. However, there was a hint of loneliness in their eyes. This era did not belong to them. They were already dead in more than one way. After the two kings adjusted their emotions, they looked at Zhou Zhou and the others again. Since you want to leave, Yen Pan. Go to the hunting area and subdue 10 violent storm demon spirits. Hand them to the mysterious merchant. The King of Eternal Silence said. Yes, Your Majesty. Yen Pan accepted the order respectfully. Then, he left. When Zhou Zhou and the others saw this, they waited a little longer. Soon. Yen Pan walked over with a grey bag and came in front of the blood bat. My lord. There are 10 violent storm demon spirits in this monster's pocket. Just what you need. He said respectfully. The blood bat looked over. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Fog Monster Pocket, Treasure Grade, Yellow Gold Tier, Treasure Effect, can accommodate 1 Yellow Gold Tier Fog Monster, 10 White Silver Tier Fog Monsters, 100 Green Bronze Tier Fog Monsters, 1000 Black Iron Tier Fog Monsters. Currently imprisoning, 10 White Silver Tier Advanced Grade Storm Demon Spirit, Treasure Description, a spatial treasure specially used to trap fog monsters. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. This was the first time he had seen a spatial item that could imprison living creatures. They did not stay any longer and left the kingdom of eternal silence with the mysterious caravan and Gu Bo and returned to the surface. After everyone returned to the ground, they dared to go in the direction of Blazing Sun City. The blood bat stopped everyone after walking for about 2 to 3 kilometers. After confirming that there were no living beings spying on them, the blood bat spat out its spatial ring and took out the fragments of the Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter, the Sandman Scepter, and the Sand Corpse King's Summoning Scepter. After the 3 items appeared at the same time and were placed together, they quickly shook by themselves. The blood bat looked at this scene expectantly. The next second. Bang! Puff! The Sandman Scepter and the Sand Corpse King's Summoning Scepter suddenly shattered into countless fragments. Then, beams of light appeared and finally condensed into 2 fragments of the Sand Emperor's Glory Scepter. These 2 fragments of the Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter. One was the top part of the scepter, and the other was the middle part of the scepter. The three collided and quickly condensed into a slightly illusory golden scepter. The golden scepter was completely golden and its surface was covered in tiny bumps that looked like gravel. At the top was a circular item that looked like a slowly spinning sun. Zhou looked at it. A text notification appeared. Equipment name, Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter, completeness, 67%, equipment grade, extraordinary tier advanced grade, equipment effect 1, desert protection. When using sand element related skills and summoning skills, it can reduce a portion of the energy consumption. When using the professional skills of the desert summoner, the strength level of the desert summoner summoned will increase by 1 level. Note, when using skills below extraordinary tier advanced grade, it can reduce energy consumption by up to 50%. The reduction will decrease as the strength of the skill increases. Equipment effect 2, the world is your desert. The user can transform the terrain where they are into the desert terrain. The range and degree of transformation depends on the energy input. On the desert terrain, the user and his subordinate's skill strength increases by 100% when using sand element skills. Note, this skill does not affect equipment effect 1. Equipment effect 3, Emperor of Sand's Empire will, the user can swap positions with the lives summoned by the Sandman they summon. They can also temporarily replace their own will with the will of any Sandman under their command. Equipment effect 4, Lost Empire, this equipment can guide the user to find the legacy of the Emperor of Sand. Prompt, because this equipment was found by the Lord of the Blazing Sun and obtained the recognition of the Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter, the Lord of the Blazing Sun can ignore the level requirements and directly use this equipment. The blood bat widened his eyes slightly and was a little excited. He could actually use this extraordinary tier advanced grade equipment in advance. There's actually such a benefit to taking the initiative to find this equipment. The blood bat muttered to itself excitedly. The effect of this equipment was not bad. Not only did it include all the equipment abilities of the Sandman Scepter and the Sand Corpse King Summoning Scepter, but some of the equipment abilities had also been greatly enhanced. Moreover, it had an additional, the world is your desert, equipment ability. The blood bat nodded in satisfaction. It was not in vain that he had spent so much effort to collect this Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter. At this moment, the Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter trembled slightly. Then it floated up, and the tip of the scepter tilted south. Zhou was no stranger to this scene. He had also obtained the same guidance when he obtained the Sand Corpse King's Summoning Scepter. This should be the Lost Empire at work. The Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter should be telling me that the remaining scepter fragments or other legacies left behind by the Emperor of Sand are in the south. The blood bat muttered to itself. It looked south. To the south of the Sandstorm Forbidden Land was the Green Forest, a white-silver tier territory. Then, there was another white-silver tier territory, and then the yellow-gold tier area of the Taiyan Kingdom, Dark Night Town. Fortunately, I obtained the right to pass through the Sandstorm Forbidden Land from the King of Eternal Silence in advance. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to continue obtaining the Emperor of Sand's legacy. Zhou thought to himself. Then, he put away the Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter and looked at Zhengfugue and the others. You guys can go back first. I'm going back too. The blood bat said. Yes, my lord. Zhengfugue and the others said respectfully. The blood bat nodded slightly. Then, the expression in its eyes gradually returned to normal, and it returned to its ordinary blood bat avatar. When Zhengfugue and the others saw this, they did not waste any more time and rushed towards Blazing Sun City with everyone. White Silver Tier Region Territory, Dust Wasteland. Zhou opened his eyes and saw a notification appear in front of him. Your pet lava dragon, Nazario, has killed Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Wild Sand King, White Sand, Regional Level Scarlet Lord. Promotion Energy plus 8,000. Loots condensed. Blessing of the War God, your pet Nazario has received an additional 32,000 promotion energy. The territory of the Scarlet Lord has become ownerless. You can plunder or occupy it. The Dust Wasteland has become an ownerless area. You can become the regional lord of this area after you obtain the regional token. That was pretty fast. Zhou was stunned for a moment before smiling. Chapter 251 Mount Contract. Zhou looked at the battlefield in front of him. Nazario, which was more than 50 meters tall, stepped on an elemental creature made of yellow sand. It was the regional lord of the Sand Wasteland. Wild Sand King, White Sand. At this moment, the other party was already motionless. It was obvious that it had died at Nazario's feet. Near it were 50,000 military professionals who were like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, quickly wiping out more than 8,000 desert fog demons. In less than a moment, the battlefield returned to calm. All the desert fog demons had already turned into corpses. Only the soldiers cleaning up the battlefield were left. All the loots had been extracted more than an hour later. Bai Yun walked over. "My lord, you're back," she immediately said happily when she saw Zhou's clear eyes. Zhou smiled and nodded. Actually, it would not affect his main Bodhi's consciousness if he used a portion of his consciousness to control the blood bats. It was just that he would be a little distracted. However, Zhou had placed most of his consciousness on the blood bat in order to avoid any mistakes during the transaction just now and asked Bai Yun to protect him, who would be distracted. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Nothing went wrong. "My lord, all the lord-level forces in the Dust Wasteland have been destroyed. This is the list of loots we recorded." Bai Yun handed the list of loot to Zhou. Zhou took it and looked at it. There were a total of 2 white silver tier Scarlet Lord territories, 4 green bronze tier Scarlet Lord territories, 7 black iron tier Scarlet Lord territories, and 3 Lord territories, including the Storm Lord territory. During the process of conquering these territories, the Blazing Sun army had killed a total of 39,700 fog monsters and foreign race enemies. With the enhancement of the King of Loots and the Strongest Lord, he obtained a total of 142 white platinum tier mist cores, 6,792 yellow gold tier mist cores, 72,870 white silver tier mist cores, and 146,466 green bronze tier mist cores. 64 origin crystals. There were 44,512 various skill books, 78,242 pieces of basic equipment and more than 10.6 million units of basic materials. 21,889 True Faith Tier Scarlet Crystals, 14,900 Pious Tier Scarlet Crystals, and 1,111 True Faith Tier Scarlet Crystals. For White Silver Tier Advanced Grade Alchemist Recruitment Books. 2 White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade Alchemy Technology Recruitment Books. 1 Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Black Flame Horse Mount Contract. 1 Golden Ring Elk Mount Contract. 96 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. 2 Silver Tier Territory Tokens, 6 Green Bronze Tier Territory Tokens, and 8 Black Iron Tier Territory Tokens. 1 White Silver Tier Regional Token. Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He had just spent 65 Fanatic Believer Faith Divine Crystals today. Yet he obtained more than 1,000 Fanatic Believer Scarlet Crystals conquering a White Silver Tier regional territory and would obtain another 1,000-odd Fanatic Believer Faith Divine Crystals when he returned to the shelter. Perhaps the most valuable currency in my hands is these Faith Divine Crystals. Zhou thought of how much the Goddess of Life and the Death God valued these Faith Divine Crystal. As for the Black Flame Horse Mount Contract and the Golden Ringed Elk Mount Contract, they were looted under the influence of the Knights Temple building. Zhou specially took it out and looked at it curiously. Treasure name, Black Flame Horse Mount Contract, Treasure Grade, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade, Treasure Effect, after blood recognition, you can obtain a black flame horse with yellow gold tier advanced grade bloodline as your mount. Treasure description, a mount type treasure. After using it, you can obtain a black flame horse as your mount companion. Note, non-knight type professionals can only obtain 3 mounts in their lifetime. Knight type professionals can only obtain 7 mounts in their lifetime. Treasure name, Golden Ring Elk Mount Contract, Treasure Grade, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade, Treasure Effect. After blood recognition, you can obtain a Golden Ring Elk with Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade bloodline as your mount. Treasure description, a mount type treasure. After using it, you can obtain a Golden Ringed Elk as your mount companion. Black Flame Horse and Golden Ringed Elk. Zhou raised his eyebrows. He originally wanted to drip his blood on it and give it a try, but when he saw the note at the back, he hesitated for a moment and dismissed his thoughts. Since there was a limited number of mounts he could have in his life, a mount with only a yellow gold tier advanced grade bloodline and a yellow gold tier elementary grade bloodline was clearly not enough to satisfy his requirements. The mount he wanted had to be at least a bloodline level mount like Nazario. Otherwise, he would not be interested. Zhou thought for a moment and asked Bai Yi to find 2 cavalrymen with outstanding military achievements. Bai Yun received the order and left. Soon. 2 white silver tier advanced grade intermediate grade professions, wind cavalrymen, followed by Yun over. My lord. These are Zhang Yao and Zhou Sun. They're 2 very brave wind cavalrymen. The 2 of them have already accumulated a lot of military merits. They are currently the commander and deputy commander of the cavalry in the Blazing Sun Army. Bai Yun said respectfully. Greetings, my lord. Zhang Yao and Zhou Sun said respectfully and excitedly. Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, he handed the black flame horse mount contract to the 2 of them. These are 2 mount contracts. As long as you drip your blood on it and they recognize you as its master. You can obtain 2 mounts with yellow gold tier bloodlines. Do you want it? He asked. I want it. Of course I want it. Thank you for the reward, my lord. The 2 of them knelt on one knee excitedly. Their potential was only at the yellow gold tier advanced grade. If they obtained these 2 mounts, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. You 2 fought well. These are your rewards. Fight well in the future and there will be better benefits. Zhou nodded slightly when he saw this. Then, he handed the 2 mount contract books to him. Yes, my lord. The 2 of them said excitedly and respectfully. Then, they took it with both hands and dripped their blood on it without hesitation. 2 golden lights flickered on the mount contract book. Then, they turned into 2 golden streams of light and flew into the space between their eyebrows. The 2 of them closed their eyes instinctively. Soon, they opened their eyes. They looked at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Summon them and let me take a look. Zhou smiled. He was a little curious. This was also the first time he had come into contact with a mount contract. He also wanted to see the performance of this treasure. Zhang Yao and Zhou Sun nodded. Then, they shouted at the same time, "Come out, black flame horse. Come out, golden ringed elk." 2 spatial teleportation arrays automatically gathered in the air beside them as soon as they finished speaking. Then, a tall horse covered in black flames and an elk covered in golden rings jumped out of the spatial teleportation array and came to their side. After the black flame horse and the golden ringed elk came out, they stuck close to the 2 of them, looking very intimate. Chapter 252 Greatly Increased Efficiency of Conquest. Special Wild Stone King. Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder at this scene. Then, he looked at the attributes of the black flame horse and the golden ringed elk. In the end, he realized that these 2 mounts had their own characteristics. The Black Flame horse was good at long-distance raids and used a flame called the Black Flame Fire to attack. Even though the golden-ringed elk did not have any offensive ability, it had an even more astonishing speed and flying ability than the Black Flame horse. He looked at their expressions. Zhang Yao and Zhou Sun were clearly quite satisfied with their new mounts. Then, they thanked Zhou Zhou and left. Bai Yun looked at Zhou Zhou with burning eyes after the two of them left. Zhou Zhou touched her nose and smiled. "Don't worry, I won't forget you. There's just no suitable mount for you yet. Forget about the Black Flame horse and the golden-ringed elk, a better mount had to be arranged for Bai Yun as his general." Bai Yun blushed. However, she was looking forward to it. Zhou Zhou led the Blazing Sun army onto the Black Ghost and flew to the next White Silver Tier regional territory, the Yellow Earth Plains, because the Wild Sand King's loots were on the loot list. In less than a minute, Zhou Zhou and the others arrived at the Yellow Earth Plain. Yellow Earth Plain. Zhou Zhou and the others looked at the scene in front of them. It's really a yellow plain. Zhou Zhou sighed. This Yellow Earth Plain was as its name suggested. They were all huge plains formed by large stretches of yellow earth at a glance. The violent wind swept through the sand, making this land look even more desolate. Zhou Zhou took out the regional map of the Yellow Earth Plain drawn by Wu Tuesday. He looked at the map. The Yellow Earth Plain was slightly smaller than the Dust Wasteland. There was only one White Silver Tier Scarlet Lord territory, 3 Green Bronze Tier Scarlet Lord territory, and 5 Black Iron Tier Scarlet Lord territory. The only thing that surprised Zhou Zhou was there were actually 5 territories of the lords of all races here. However, it was only an accident. He did not pay much attention to it. Let's attack. Let's strive to take down 3 White Silver Tier regional territories today. Zhou Zhou ordered in a low voice. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun and Wu Xian said respectfully. Then, he led the soldiers towards the Green Bronze Tier Scarlet Lord's territory closest to them. 2 hours later. Yellow Earth Plain. In the Lord's residence of the yellow-striped Fog Wolf. Zhou Zhou looked at the shattered territory tablet in front of him and took out the territory token and regional token inside. He suddenly felt a little emotional. It was too fast. They had actually conquered a White Silver Tier regional territory in only 2 hours. This was something he did not dare to think about in the past. Now, he had actually done it. There were undoubtedly 2 most important factors that could do this. The first was naturally the Black Ghost. Zhou Zhou and his Blazing Sun army could save a large amount of traveling time and quickly shuttle through the territories of the various Scarlet Lords or even different regions to conquer with the Black Ghost. It would probably take them 3 to 4 hours on foot and probably an entire day to capture a White Silver Tier regional territory without Black Ghost. Unlike now. They had already captured 2 White Silver Tier territories in an afternoon. Just as he had thought, the appearance of the Black Ghost had indeed greatly increased the efficiency of his conquest. The second important reason was the explosive increase in military strength. Zhou Zhou only had more than 30,000 professionals under his command before the Night Lord and the others arrived. Zhou Zhou directly recruited a large number of professionals after the Night Lord and the others arrived. His military strength jumped from more than 30,000 to more than 50,000. He could use his overwhelming military advantage to quickly destroy their monster subjects and capture their territories with nearly twice the military strength. Each battle involved 50,000 professionals fighting hundreds or thousands of fog monsters. In addition, their individual combat strength was not weak. How could they lose? This was also the reason why they could capture a White Silver Tier regional territory in just over 2 hours. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, let's go. To the gravel wilderness. Well, go home after occupying this White Silver Tier regional territory. Zhou Zhou looked at Bai Yun and said. Yes. Bai Yun said respectfully and went to pass on the order. Soon, the soldiers rushed in the direction of the gravel wilderness. 2 minutes later. White Silvertear Region Territory, Gravel Wilderness. Zhou Zhou looked at his surroundings. This was a place filled with yellowish-black gravel. Even though it was still a little desolate, Zhou Zhou could already see some green plants hidden in the gravel. I can already see green plants. There should be fewer and fewer regional territories in desert-related environments further east. Zhou Zhou thought. He was looking forward to it. His territory was still too barren because of the environment. Report. At this moment, a scout quickly came to his side and said respectfully, "I've something to report, my lord. We found the location of the Wild Stone King's territory." "Lead the way." Zhou Zhou said. "Yes, my lord." The scout said respectfully. Then, he ran to the front of the Blazing Sun army and led the way. At the same time, Wuxia ordered the entire army to prepare for battle. Zhou Zhou thought of the Wild Stone King's background as he sat on the back of the Mechanostrider. This Wild Stone King was the regional Scarlet Lord of this gravel wilderness. Of course. It was no different from other regional Scarlet Lords if that was the case. Zhou Zhou naturally did not care about it. This Wild Stone King was special. Not only was it a regional Scarlet Lord in the gravel wilderness, but it had also captured the territories of the other Scarlet Lords and the lords of all races in the area, unifying the entire gravel wilderness and becoming the only Lord faction in the gravel wilderness. Zhou Zhou was naturally very curious about this. This was the first time he had seen a Scarlet Lord take the initiative to conquer the territory of another Scarlet Lord. He did not know why the other party made such an abnormal move. A moment later, the scout brought Zhou Zhou and the Blazing Sun army to an empty gravel field. At this point the scout stopped with a look of fear. He came in front of Zhou Zhou and said respectfully, "My lord, the Wild Stone King's territory is ahead. Under that vast land are its stone monster subjects." Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He looked at the gravel land and was a little surprised. If not for his powerful sixth senses from the chaos human race and sensing the dense hostility hidden under the ground, it was really difficult for him to tell that this seemingly calm gravel land in front of him was actually the hideout of a monster based on the scout's one-sided statement. Elder Wu. Get the soldiers ready for battle. At the same time, order all long-range soldiers. Launch a long-range attack on this gravel land. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and ordered. Yes. Wuxia accepted the order and used the desired military morale to attack with his 50,000 soldiers. He gave the order. Soon, tens of thousands of long-range attacks formed a net of fire in the sky, covering the gravel ground in front of him. Rumble. Countless explosions sounded. Right on the heels of that. Roar. Bang bang. Rumble. The ground trembled slightly. More than 50,000 stone monsters stood up from the ground and roared at the sky. Chapter 253 The Power of White Silvertear Insight Defection. Wild Stone King's Loots. These stone monsters were made of all kinds of gravel. The shortest was 4 to 5 meters tall, and the tallest was more than 30 meters tall. Among them, black iron tier rock monsters were called wild rock monsters, green bronze tier rock monsters were called wild rock monsters, Decurion, and white silver tier rock monsters were called wild rock monsters, Centurion. In addition, there were more than 20 yellow gold tier wild rock monsters, Millennium. As for the strongest, it was naturally the region-level Scarlet Lord, Wild Stone King. Zhou Zhou looked at the more than 50,000 heads and his eyebrows twitched slightly. This number. Something was wrong. There were too many of them. The most number of monster subjects he had encountered was the withered demon tree he had encountered previously. However, it only had 10,000 withered tree monster subjects under its command. And this Wild Stone King actually had more than 50,000 monster subjects under his command. Even if there was a difference between the strongest Scarlet Lords in the White Silver Tier region, there shouldn't be such a huge difference. Could this be the reason why it took the initiative to conquer all the lords in the entire region? Zhou suddenly had an idea. He looked at the largest wild stone monster among the 50,000-odd wild stone monsters. It was the only wild stone monster that was more than 30 meters tall. Monster name, Wild Stone King, Stone Hall, Regional Scarlet Lord, Strength Level, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade, Monster Description, the strongest Scarlet Lord in the Gravel Wilderness and the only remaining Scarlet Lord. It controls the entire Gravel Wilderness and has many wild stone soldiers under its command. It has the ambition to become a kingdom-level Scarlet Lord. Loots, 10 White Platinum Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 20 Origin Crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Equipment, Wild Stone King Armor, drop rate, 10%, 1 White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Skill Book, Summoning Wild Stone King, drop rate, 5%, 1 Gradeless Skill Book, Mental Communication, drop rate, 5%, 1 Pious Tier Scarlet Crystal, drop rate, 3%, 1 Green Bronze Tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere, drop rate, 0%, 6 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, drop rate, 0%. He really has a Scarlet Lord talent. Then its actions might be related to its Scarlet Lord talent. Zhou thought. He was a little surprised. He had also encountered many Scarlet Lords with Scarlet Lord talents, but there was only one which was so obvious. As for its White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Strength, Zhou was also very surprised. It seemed that conquering an entire White Silver Tier regional territory had given it many benefits. At this moment, the Wild Stone King had already rushed over with more than 50,000 wild stone monsters. Seeing this, Zhou stretched out his right hand without hesitation and aimed his palm at them. White Silver Tier Lord Talent, Insight Defection, activate. Boom! An invisible fluctuation instantly covered the 50,000 wild stone monsters. The next second, more than 4,000 wild stone monsters froze. Then, the expression in their eyes changed. They turned around and attacked their companions beside them without hesitation. The wild stone monsters that were originally attacking together immediately became chaotic. Bai Yun and Wu Xian naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity. They immediately led 50,000 soldiers to attack these wild stone monsters. Kill them. Destroy these monsters. For the Lord. The two sides began to fight amidst countless furious roars. The sound of weapons colliding, bones breaking, rocks colliding, life forms roaring, guns firing. All kinds of sounds filled the battlefield. Nazario also spread his dragon wings and flew towards the Wild Stone King, quickly fighting it. On the other side. After Zhou activated Insight Defection, he looked at the Lord Talent hint. Prompt, you have activated your Lord's exclusive talent, Insight Defection. Insight Defection has taken effect. Lord Talent hint, a total of 2,142 Black Iron Tier Wild Stone Monsters, 1,575 Green Bronze Tier Wild Stone Monsters, Decurion, 377 White Silver Tier Wild Stone Monsters, Centurion, 6 Yellow Gold Tier Wild Stone Monsters, Millennium has betrayed their Lord faction and become your loyal subordinate. Zhou's eyes lit up. This time, there were actually 4,100 wild stone monsters that had been directly subdued by his Insight Defection. This 8% surrender rate is too strong. Come and read on our website Wuxia World Site. Thanks, with this Lord Talent, I can rely on Insight Defection to incite a large number of new troops every day. Looks like we can't delay establishing the monster army. He thought. Zhou had the idea of building a monster army a long time ago, however, at that time, the level of the insight defection was not high, and there were not many enemies who could turn it around. In addition, Zhou Zhou was relatively busy himself, so he gradually forgot about this matter. However, now that it had been upgraded to white silver tier insight defection, its true power was already showing. He could start forming a monster army. A moment later, with Nazario's blazing explosion, the Wild Stone King, whose head was directly decapitated, fell to the ground with a bang. A kill notification appeared. Your pet lava dragon, Nazario, has killed the white platinum tier elementary grade Wild Sand King, White Sand, Regional Scarlet Lord. Promotion energy plus 20,000. Loots condensed. Blessing of the War God, your pet Nazario has received an additional 80,000 promotion energy points. The territory of the Scarlet Lord has become ownerless. You can plunder or occupy it. The Dust Wasteland has become an ownerless area. You can become the regional lord of this area after you obtain the regional token. Zhou Zhou felt a gentle energy surge in his heart. Then, this energy surged into his limbs, bones, and glabella, completely strengthening his body and soul. I've advanced. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He opened his personal stats. That was indeed the case. He was already at the white silver tier advanced grade. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at the Wild Stone King's corpse and could not help but click his tongue. A white platinum tier elementary grade regional Scarlet Lord actually provided a total of 20,000 promotion energy. Coupled with the white silver tier blessing of the War God, a white platinum tier advanced grade regional Scarlet Lord directly provided Nazario with 100,000 promotion energy. One word, ridiculous. In addition, Zhou Zhou was very satisfied with Nazario's performance. It was only at the yellow gold tier elementary grade now. It could crush or even kill a white platinum tier elementary grade regional Scarlet Lord. As expected of a dragon. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou could not help but think of the spectral dragon egg that his blood bat avatar had brought back. Because he was worried that something would happen on the way, he got the blood bat avatar to follow the mysterious caravan to bring the spectral dragon egg back to Blazing Sun City. When he returned and acknowledged his soul as its master, he would be able to obtain a second dragon under his command. When the time comes. As long as the spectral dragon increased its strength, his development speed would definitely increase greatly with two dragons around. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. More than an hour later. All the wild stone monsters were eliminated by the Blazing Sun army soldiers. Zhou Zhou looked at the time. There were still more than 3 hours before dark. He was a little tongue-tied and there was nothing much to say. Today, he had led the army to capture 3 white silver tier regional territories in just over 5 hours. This actually included the time taken to retrieve the loots. Otherwise, he estimated that he would only need more than 2 hours to conquer these 3 white silver tier regional territories. It takes at least 30 regional territories to build a kingdom. It used to feel so far away. It doesn't seem so hard now. I'm getting closer to this goal. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. At this moment, Nazario flew over with the Wild Stone King's corpse and placed it in front of Zhou Zhou. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou placed his hand on its corpse. A text notification appeared. Lord Talent notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots, Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title hint, your loots have been affected by the title of Strongest Lord. The number of loots has increased by 20%. Lord Talent hint, you have obtained Perfect Loots, 12 Mist Cores, Diamond Tier, 24 Origin Crystals, 1 Wild Stone Emperor Armor, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade, 1 Wild Stone Emperor Summoning Skill Book, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade, 1 Mental Communication Skill Book, Gradeless, 1 Fanatic Tier Scarlet Crystals, Drop Rate, 1%, 1 Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere, White Silver Tier, 7 Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, White Silver Tier. Chapter 254 Harvest. Upgrade Territory. Zhou began to check these loot. He ignored the usual mist core, origin crystals, scarlet Lord Talent sphere, and Lord Talent crystal fragment and looked directly at the Wild Stone Emperor armor and the summoning Wild Stone Emperor skill book. They were diamond tier elementary grade items. Zhou was not too interested after taking a look. Their grades were too high after all. Neither he nor the people in his territory could learn them. Zhou looked at the only gradeless skill book. Skill name, mental communication, skill quality, gradeless, skill description. After learning it, you can master the ability to communicate with intelligent life forms mentally. Note, the number and distance of communication depends on the strength of the user's soul. Zhou was excited. He had wanted this skill for a long time. Previously, he was very envious when he saw that the intelligent Wuxia had mental communication. He finally had one now. To him, if this skill was used well, it might have an effect similar to Elder Wu's hero skill, desired military morale. He immediately learned it. Then, he stood up and looked at the more than 2,000 surviving wild stone monsters on the battlefield. These more than 2,000 living wild rock monsters were the ones that he had successfully incited. Come here. Zhou said telepathically. His target was 6 yellow gold tier wild stone monsters, Millennium. They were all alive now because they were the strongest. The next second, he saw the 6 yellow gold tier wild stone monsters. The Millennium soldiers paused, then they subconsciously turned to look at Zhou. They quickly came back to their senses and bowed respectfully from afar. Then, they immediately brought more than 2,000 wild stone monsters to Zhou. Greetings, my lord. The 6 wild stone monsters spoke in the common language of the High Continent. They had naturally mastered this language after being instigated by insight defection to become subjects of Blazing Sun City. In a while, follow our army and return to my territory. Then you just wait for the new arrangements. When you don't have anything to do, follow my army to fight. Zhou said. Yes. We will obey your orders, my lord. X6 The 6 wild stone monsters, Millennium, said respectfully. Zhou acknowledged. A moment later, the soldiers found the lord's residence. Zhou obtained the territory token and regional token from the territory stone tablet in the residence there. 2 hours later, all the loots had been extracted. Moreover, the loots in the entire gravel wilderness had basically been searched and collected by the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army. Seeing this, Zhou led the Blazing Sun Army soldiers onto the Black Ghost and returned to Blazing Sun City. 5 minutes later, in the Blazing Sun City. At this moment, some of the Blazing Sun City subjects were planting jade sun trees, some were building city walls, some were patrolling, and some were taking their relatives and friends for a walk in the city. There were all kinds of things in life. At this moment, they suddenly saw an additional black dot in the sky and looked over curiously. In the sky, the Black Ghost floated in midair. A white light shone on the ground from the center of the spaceship. Zhou, Baiyun, Wuxia, and 50,000 Blazing Sun Army soldiers immediately appeared out of thin air. We're back. Zhou sighed. Having Black Ghost was an entirely different experience. He immediately made a decision. In the future, this Black Ghost would be their standard equipment for going out to fight. Zhou looked at the surrounding onlookers and smiled. He asked Bai Yun to arrange for the soldiers to reward them before returning to the Lord's residence. A moment later. Come and read on our website Wuxia World Site. Thanks in the Lord's residence. Zhou looked at the list of loots in his hand. This was the gain from conquering Yellow Earth Plain and Gravel Wilderness. Other than the Wild Stone King's gains, there were 276 white platinum tier mist cores, 12,424 yellow gold tier mist cores, 154,211 white silver tier mist cores, and 146,466 green bronze tier mist cores. 94 origin crystals. 72,121 skill books and 108,876 equipment. More than 21 million units of basic materials. 45,741 true faith tier scarlet crystals, 31,121 pious tier scarlet crystals, and 2,560 fanatic tier scarlet crystals. A yellow gold tier advanced grade alchemy pharmacist recruitment books. 2 white silver elementary grade alchemy technology recruitment books. 7 mount contracts below the yellow gold tier. 156 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 2 white silver tier, 12 green bronze tier, and 14 black iron tier territory tokens. 2 white silver tier regional tokens. I can upgrade my territory now. Zhou thought. Previously, he was only lacking a white silver tier territory token to upgrade his territory. Now that he had a total of 5 white silver tier territory tokens, he could naturally upgrade them. Thinking of this, he walked out of the Lord's residence and looked at the building in front of him. A line of text appeared. Do you want to upgrade the Lord's residence? Yes. He said. The next second. 2 million units of basic materials, 500 white silver tier mist cores, 20 origin crystals, and 2 white silver tier territory tokens disappeared from the territory warehouse. Boom! A golden light immediately covered the entire Lord's residence. A moment later, the golden light dissipated. A brand new Lord's residence appeared in front of Zhou. Rows of golden text notifications appeared. Congratulations, your Lord's mansion has been upgraded to a white silver tier advanced grade building. There is an additional film hall. Your territory has been upgraded to a white silver tier advanced grade territory. Territory token endurance increased to 700,000/700,000. Your territory has expanded to 80,000 m times 80,000 m times 10,000 m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, basic building blueprint treasure chest, white silver tier advanced grade. Lord Talent hint, the upper limit of the enemy Lord faction that you can induce insight defection has been increased to extraordinary tier intermediate grade. Lord Talent hint, your monster ranches can be upgraded. Lord Talent hint, your mysterious caravan faction has increased. Lord Talent hint, the strength of the clergy in your Goddess of Lives shelter has increased. White silver tier advanced grade territory. Zhou nodded in satisfaction. It has finally been upgraded now. Then, he looked at the basic building blueprint treasure chest, white silver tier advanced grade. He opened it. It was the same as last time. Inside were the basic building blueprints of various territories. However, the last time was at white silver tier intermediate grade, and this time, it was at white silver tier advanced grade. Zhou took a few glances at it before putting it away. He prepared to find a time to hand it to Elder Zhao and let him reward the territory's architect. Then, he looked at the upgrade requirements for the next level of the Lord's residence. Construction upgrade, 1 million units of wood, 1 million units of fine sand, 1 million units of metal, 1 million units of stone, 2,000 white silver tier mist core, 50 origin crystals, 3 white silver tier territory tokens. I have all the materials. I can continue to level up. Seeing this, Zhou leveled up again. Chapter 255 Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade Territory. Strengthen Supreme Barrier. 4 million units of basic materials, 2,000 white silver tier mist cores, 50 origin crystals, and 3 silver tier territory tokens disappeared from the territory warehouse. An even brighter golden light immediately covered the newly upgraded Lord's residence. A moment later, the resplendent golden light dissipated. A brand new building appeared in front of Zhou. It was no longer the previous Lord's residence. Instead, it became an even more luxurious and imposing Lord Manor. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, your Lord's courtyard has been upgraded to a yellow gold-tier elementary grade building and advanced to a Lord Manor. Your Lord's blessing, the supreme barrier has been strengthened. Your territory has been upgraded to yellow gold-tier elementary grade. Territory stone tablet endurance increased to 1,000,000/1 million. Your territory has expanded to 100,000 m times 100,000 m times 20,000 m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, basic building blueprint treasure chest, yellow gold tier elementary grade. Lord talent hint, the upper limit of the enemy Lord's faction you can incite through insight defection has been increased to extraordinary tier advanced grade. Lord talent hint, your monster ranches can be upgraded. Lord talent hint, your mysterious caravan faction has increased. Lord talent hint, the strength of the clergy in your Goddess of Lives shelter has increased. The notification was not over yet. Soon. Zhou's expectant notification sounded. Cerulean Planet's Lord announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, becoming the first Lord to upgrade his territory to the yellow gold tier elementary grade. Reward, Supreme Treasure Chest +1, Legendary Tier Rate +1, Race's unique title, Glory of the Pioneer 2 advances to Glory of the Pioneer 3. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, the Glory of the Pioneer title has finally advanced. Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. He obtained the next Pioneer title before all the other Lords again. He originally thought that with the arrival of the Lord Alliance era, it might be a little difficult for him to obtain this new title before all the other Lords. After all, the strength of top-notch Lords had greatly increased with the establishment of the Alliance. Fortunately, he was still the first. His focus was on the Glory of the Pioneer 4 next. He opened the World Channel. As expected, the Lords on the World Channel were all discussing how the Lord of the Blazing Sun had once again taken down the first Lord to upgrade his territory to yellow gold tier elementary grade. Lord of the Blazing Sun, my forever God. I knew that the first Lord to upgrade to a yellow gold tier elementary grade territory would definitely be my Big Boss Blazing Sun. A top-notch Lord, Big Boss Blazing Sunday. Is there no Lord who can surpass Big Boss Blazing Sun? Indeed, can't there be something new? This non-suspenseful feeling is so boring. I thought that after those top Lords established the Lord Alliance again, their development speed would surpass that of the Lord of the Blazing Sun and obtain this honor. I didn't expect the person who obtained this honor to still be the Lord of the Blazing Sun. I also saw many people looking down on the Lord of the Blazing Sun, but he's using the truth to slap their faces now. The Lord of the Blazing Sun will definitely be able to suppress the top Lords who form the Lord Alliance even without the Lord Alliance. It's so terrifying. I don't even dare to imagine what the structure of our Cerulean Planet's human Lord will be like after the Lord of the Blazing Sun forms the Lord Alliance. Will the Lord of the Blazing Sun form a Lord Alliance? I'm not sure. I want to see what the Glory of the Pioneer 3 looks like. Lord of the Blazing Sun, Glory of the Pioneer 3, Strongest Novice Lord. It looks something like this. Big Boss Blazing Sun appeared. I'm hugging Big Boss thigh. Big shot, teach little sister. Little sister doesn't know how to develop her territory next. Boo-hoo, Lord of the Blazing Sun, Glory of the Pioneer 3, Strongest Novice Lord. My method is to nurture myself in battles, but my situation can't fit the situation of all the Lords. Everyone, you still have to adapt to the situation and play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses to develop. Thank you, Big Boss Blazing Sun. Big Boss Blazing Sun doesn't seem so cold. Zhou looked at the heated discussion on the World Channel and smiled. He was not one of those saints who could ignore fame and fortune. He would feel happy when he saw others flattering him. He would feel happy as long as they were not malicious flattery. It was just that it was not so obvious. Therefore, every time he did something big, he could not help but come over to take a look. It had to be said. The flattery made him feel very comfortable. I'm not going to look at it anymore. I'm going to float if I keep looking. Zhou closed the World Channel and entered the upgraded Lord's Manor. It had to be said. The Lord's Manor was indeed much better than the previous Lord's Manor. The size alone was 3 times that of the Lord's residence. Moreover, the number of buildings inside was 3 to 4 times more than the previous Lord's mansion, and they were much more exquisite. He walked around for a while and quickly arrived at a building he had never seen before. It was the new building, the film hall, that had appeared when he upgraded to White Silver Tier Advanced Grade. The film hall? Zhou was curious and walked in. Then, he saw that it was a private film studio. There was also a virtual screen under the projector. On it, various movies, television dramas, documentaries, animations, programs, and even news from the Cerulean planet could be played. Zhou looked down curiously. Journey to the West, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, The Legend of Neza, Man and Nature, Animal World, Shawshank's Redemption, Titanic. All kinds of familiar videos could be broadcasted and watched. In the future, I can come here to watch movies and television dramas when I want to relax. Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. He was quite satisfied with the appearance of this film hall. After staying in this high continent for a long time, he did miss the Cerulean planet a little. These videos could relieve his homesickness. After that, he walked out of the film hall and went to his room. There were not many changes to his room after it was being upgraded, other than the fact that the rooms were bigger and the facilities were more complete and exquisite. He went to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Then, he looked at the reward for upgrading his territory. The first was naturally the strengthened Supreme Barrier. Skill name, Lord's Blessing, Supreme Barrier, Enhancement, Skill Quality, Special, Skill Description, an exclusive skill of a lord above the yellow gold tier. Every time a lord occupies a city or builds a city, a supreme barrier will automatically rise in the city after the lord agrees to it. It will be used to prevent the scarlet fog from invading the territory and has the defense power equivalent to a wall. The lord can close the supreme barrier of any territory at any time. Note 1. The defensive ability of the Supreme Barrier will only be triggered when the city encounters malice or attacks from enemies above the yellow gold tier. Note 2. The Supreme Barrier cannot be used on the Lord battlefield. You're tuning into the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.